sound, Isabella. So good. Cause I've been fucking with the mic with Discord. It's a good evening. Technically good morning, right? It's 3:45 a.m. Good. Nothing blowing into the mic. Nothing crazy. How much trading? Let's see. Let me try to get this shared up before I start to do anything. Let me try to get this shared. Hey, mature dollars. If you need help with it or want me, thank you. Hand me my keys, keys. All I do is celebrate. What's the point of you? I'm letting it come on, Damn. Twitter, Jesus. This shit's all glitched out. Come on now. Yeah, Bert. Izzy, wait, Isabella, are you talking about you know who? The Scorpion? I was told you're a yapper. You talk about that one? Is he the one who told you that? Let me try to tag everything up in this bitch. You said it was silky. Alright, well listen. Just letting you know this. He's just like me. He's just like me. So that shit don't even work on me. He's also a big fucking yapper. He's also a big fucking yapper. He needs his own TV show for real. Cause he's funny as shit. Where he is, Libra. Let's just tag these here. Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, okay, Cancer, Pisces. You said exposed, yeah, no. We just alike. He's just a lot quieter. I will admit I am more the yapper. Alright? But my brother is an interesting cat. He like almost like handbook, textbook Scorpio. I've never actually met anyone who is just like textbook everything a Scorpio is type shit. I'll tell you what he said, pretty goofy. But I've literally never ever met someone who's textbook Scorpio minus him. But I might also bring that out of him, to be fair. So. Hey Shaylee, you said how was your day? It was, it was a day. I feel like it was just basically a recovery day for me. All right. Shaylee, let's get started with you, right? Because you got a mini read from me yesterday, I think. Like, that's what you purchased. I feel like we should get started with that. Clear the energy a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely how he would respond. That's for damn sure. I love his response was good. Are you taking donations? Yeah, I am. We getting started right now. He said I'm still getting a Popeye burglar. Jesus Christ. That dude got a pair of fucking tits on him, I swear to God. Anyone who's just coming in wouldn't understand that. That meme is crazy. That shit is nuts. I don't know who will willingly put that out there online, but they got him blackmailed. Jesus Christ. All right, Shaylee, let's see. You love my reads? Well, I appreciate the energy. I think it's always interesting people who roll through. I always get like, each of you has such different qualities within a person. And y'all all are dealing with pretty much like, around the same bullshit. You're around the same time type shit. It's the same healing. It's the same healing. Isabella, I'm gonna be getting serious now, but yeah, no, that's how he is though. That's how he is though. He's a weeb. I am too a little bit. Okay, suspicion. Okay, so, Shayla, you said fuck boys, yep. Yeah, the suspicion part is like the first thing that needs to be laid to rest. I feel like that's kind of the whole point of you being with this person was to confirm if your thoughts or your intuition or your gut was true. That's what I feel like your situation was just now, Shaylee, was to confirm if your gut instinct was right. I feel you have this inkling still, even I don't think it's confirmed yet about this individual, about you still can't decide on whether they're a good or a bad person. That's what I pick up on. They're a piece of shit at the end of the day. Like, they're a piece of shit to women, or in general. I feel like they're just a piece of shit partner or romantic flame. But like, you still trying to make the decision in your head up on whether this situation was kind of something you almost asked for by going after this type of individual. With this type of, I feel like there's a bravado that this person put up right in the beginning of y'all getting to know each other, that it was like very hard for you to see through. It's almost like Man, there's like certain things also that I feel like this person was doing. Like I feel like stealing was a big thing. I feel like yeah, like someone was stealing something. I don't know if it's like, yo, you stole my heart type situation, but I feel like it was like literally stealing shit. I feel like bad boy type energy. Definitely like real corny cornball bad boy. That's what we pick up on. I pick up on stealing though, big time. Knight of Chalices in reverse, how wands in reverse, and the devil in reverse. Yeah, so you know, addiction. So like alcohol addiction could be a big one with this one. If not alcohol, then obviously other shit. You can even be addicted to weed. People like to argue that shit, but it's true. You can be addicted to really anything. I feel like this person was also addicted to like trauma. Addicted to trauma. That's what it feels like. Addicted to trauma. Like addicted to having issues. Addicted to his issues. The shadiness comes from the fact that he is a very much so like someone who lives their reality in trauma. Like this is a non-stop back-to-back like thing for them. Where like every waking moment to this person feels traumatizing. I almost feel like it's bordering like, I can't say it on YouTube, but like it's a lot of self-hatred. There's a lot of self-hatred there. There's a lot of like divides where somebody who might like, I'm just gonna gesture it just because I feel like I'm not trying to get kicked off. I'm not trying to get kicked off, but it's like that. It's like that off with your head type energy. Okay. That's the thing though. Like I think you understand this more than anything. Like you understood this type of energy more than anything and wanted to help out more than anything. Because, or not help out, but it's almost like you wanted to save him. Even not knowing his full situation, you wanted to save him. So like you knew intuitively that this was going to be somewhat of a situation you would have to conquer, right? But you just didn't know how. You didn't know how you would have to conquer it or how you were going to have to tackle it. You weighed out the odds. You were like, what am I going to lose from dealing with another situation that may not be all that? Yeah. I mean, I do feel like instead of someone telling like straight lies, I do feel like this person they would talk around the actual issues that they were going through too. They talk around everything. They talk around being honest with you was easy for them. And yet they still chose not to do it. You asked all these questions and they still chose not to be honest with you. And that's where I feel like, man, that's where I feel like, this whole entire situation fell off. You say, I can't save anyone. I just fell for him. I see people differently than they are. Well, you see potential, right? You see potential in everyone, even the pieces of shit. You see potential in everyone. But that's the problem, right? That's where that shit needs to be ironed out for you, Shaylee, is you need to stop seeing people as problems that you need to solve. Because at the end of the day, when you're addicted to and this is a lot of people, by the way, a lot of healed women are like this, or a lot of women struggling with their healing are like this, in which you fall for people who were in a similar situation to you or have a past, right? They have a background. You're more comfortable with dealing with someone with a background than dealing with somebody who is healed. And that's what I'm going to tell it to you straight. Like that's what it is. You're addicted to dealing with people who are not healed, who are unhealed. In fact, a lot of them are choosing you because they know that you have that type of empathy for them. So they choose. That's the reason why they choose you, because they feel like they can get over on you in any type of way or every type of way. It doesn't matter like whether you not. It wouldn't even matter if you had like giving him money or sex or whatever it is that was like achievable for him, like a trophy for him. He would have taken it. That's just who he is. Bottom line, that's who he is. But the lesson for you, Shaylee, needs to be that you stop hyper focusing on the fact that somebody has like potential, right? Because potential ain't shit until someone actually does something about it. Potential ain't shit until somebody actually like puts action to that, right? If you don't put action to your potential, you will never ever be anything. So you might feel like you can see somebody's soul, or you feel connected to them in some type of way. But the reality of it is, nobody, except if you see that, that's great. But he don't see that. He's never seen that. In fact, that's just who he is. You can't change that. That's not a tune you can change. That's not a song you can play to him and have him like overnight change his mind. Nor is it a situation that you could have in years been able to change about him. And now you know that, now you know that for sure. But, that's just what it was. That's just what it was. So the lesson behind this, 6 of Wands in the upright, King of Swords in the upright. I pick up on truce energy. No, I feel like this whatever this truce situation is different. This is something different. I don't feel like it's the same relationship that I'm talking about with truce. This truce to me is like coming to terms with yourself, coming to terms with like where you are at right now in life. You still feel like you're in the past, and I think that's why these traumatic situations, like traumatic relationships, for example, romantic relationships, become what they become. Okay, that's why they grow into such like a horrible experience for you, or an experience that just scares you further away from wanting to discover yourself with romance. You know what I mean? Like, it scares you away even further each and every single time, because you still have maybe your heart is still stuck there. Maybe your heart is still stuck in the past. It's not your head. Your head is, you have a strong head on your shoulders. It's your heart that is still stuck there. It's still scarred. It's still hurting. It's still in pain. It's still waiting. I feel this energy of waiting for you. Like, you're like, oh, I'm waiting for the right person to come my way. I'm waiting for this person to sweep me off my feet. I try to be as patient as I possibly can be. But in a way, I feel like what you were waiting for personally, it's not like you were looking for something easy. You were waiting for somebody to just see you as you, like, accept your past, not read too far into it, to be blunt with you, to be honest with you. And I feel like he had all those characteristics. I don't think I'm wrong on that. I feel like he had all those characteristics when he would describe you or talk to you. I think he had all those characteristics. I feel like that's what you fell for. That's what you hooked onto. It's kind of like a drug. You hooked on to the fact that someone could just see through you like that. Like, that's why you felt connected. Who's spamming up the chat? Who's spamming up the chat? I'm reading for somebody, y'all. Thank you. Take care of it. Thank you, Isabella. As helpful as that is, I appreciate anybody who's like trying to like back read or like read into the situation. But if you could wait your turn and everything like that, a lot of people is hearing the situation and wanting to be a part of the situation because you're like, I've been through this, I want to share my piece, but let me speak first and then have at it. You know what I mean? As long as she's okay with it, as long as the person that I'm reading for though is okay with that though, because she might not want your advice, she might want my advice instead. So Amanda, if you also read the description, right, like it says in the title, you will read that it says be patient as well. It says be patient. It says be patient, right? It could take some time, so be patient. That's what it says. So I know you got some good eyes on you, girl. You found your way here, so. All right, Shelly. So getting back to where you were, Shaylee, I feel like now the building process has begun, or like reality has kicked in for you. It wasn't like you left I don't want to say you left reality. I don't want to say you left anything. I think what you keep proceeding to do is try to logically sort through a situation in your head. And then your heart takes over. Almost always your heart takes over. It's that like humanitarian style empathy that you have. Like I said, your heart always takes over in situations. When someone comes to you real, you feel like you should show your real self too. But that this is why we need boundaries and we need a guard for you, right? You need to be very careful with what type of empathy you show others, even if this is a one night stand type situation, even if you're not going to meet these people again. Be aware with what you share. Okay. Be aware with what you share of yourself, of your emotions, of your feelings. You know, you're like, I've had a guard up my whole entire life. I know you have. I know you have in certain situations, but this is not one of those situations where you felt like you needed one. And so I'm letting you know right now that boundaries are going to be required for the near future. That once you recover from this stage, which I don't necessarily think will be a long time. I don't think it'll take a long time at all. You know, you like I said, you've been through this before, so you already know. But like, you're going to need boundaries heavily. So when people try to step in your circle, when they're trying to get to know you, when they step into your personal space, when they're, of course, flirtation, that's healthy. But once they start with that trauma bound shit, where they're just mouthing off about their own trauma and their own experience, and y'all get chopping it up, and you start talking about your own experience. You're like, oh my God, we have shit in common. The one thing, you might have everything in common. 99.9% of that shit might be something you have in common with somebody. But the one thing that they don't have in common with you is that you're trying to heal. They are not. They are not in a heal state. They will not meet that quota. They will not be the person for you because they refuse healing. They refuse that. So they share all of this shit in common with you. They are hurting in very similar ways. They've been through a very similar life, but they're not healing. They're not wanting to. They refuse it. Okay? So that's why boundaries and taking it slow in the beginning is so important. Okay? Your sweetness and like you have like so much of that like maternal type energy that you carry with you into every situation. Like I feel like you are most definitely a healer, but being a healer is one thing. Being a intuitive person is one thing, but then also being kind of like that save a hole type energy, like Captain Save a Hole, that's a whole other ball game. Cause nobody needs that type of energy. That type of energy is codependent. Okay? That type of energy is codependent on praise. And we've been talking about this a lot because I feel like it applies to a lot of people. And like I said, y'all attract each other. We attract each other. But the praise kink is what I described yesterday to somebody or to a couple different people. It's a praise kink, right? You're doing everything, even overdoing everything in order to achieve the smallest amount of like appreciation from one person. You're doing everything right. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, because it's not wrong. You are genuinely trying to love out here. You're doing everything right, but it's too much too fast, too soon. Right? They should earn that. Praise is something that you earn, or praise. All of these things that you're doing, love is something that you earn. You don't get unconditional love. That's just not how things work here. You can have empathy for somebody, but unconditional love for somebody who hasn't even earned the right, they haven't earned the right in your life, that's not okay. That's codependent. Okay? Those are codependent qualities. Someone codependent on praise. Not even a person. It's not even the person. It doesn't matter what skin they have, what skin color they have. It doesn't matter how tall they are, how short they are. It doesn't matter what the dick size is. At the end of the day, it's praise that you're seeking out. You're seeking out acceptance and praise. Okay? That's what you're seeking out. In all these situations that you've been in. Just one person to acknowledge you for who you are. And it hasn't happened yet. And realize that it hasn't happened because you have yet to fully accept your own heart and who you are. You're working on it. You're fighting for it. But as you meet these men who don't see you, they see through you. They might see all of the surface level qualities. You tell them all of your good qualities right out the gate. You're like, well, I'm this type of girl. I'm that type of girl.
You tell them, I'm emotional, I'm loving, I'm loyal, I'm appreciative, but you shouldn't have to sell something that you are. You shouldn't have to open your mouth about that shit. They should see that, and they should praise you for it without you even having to say a motherfucking word. They should praise you for that shit. You know, one day you're gonna meet a man that's gonna be like, Shaylee, I love how warm you are. I love how caring you are. You know, I appreciate you for you. You there for me every single day. You're always that ear that I can come to, and you're always that person who tries to help guide me. You know, I can only hope to be like that type of style of love for you. You know what I mean? I can only hope to be that person to love you in that way. I can only show you the same. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're looking for. Ground zero. You shouldn't have to sell yourself. Because everything that you bring to the table is real. It's real, and it's raw, and it's worth it. For sure. So I just wanted to let you know that. Did you have any other question for me? You have all the, and also you have all the confident qualities as well. So, like I said, there's nothing you're missing minus boundaries. That's the biggest thing. It's boundaries. You get a little too excited when you meet someone who has stuff in common with you, because you start feeling like maybe this is the one person that can understand, you know, how I feel and what do I go through on the daily. But you don't need that. You know, what you don't need is to sit there and have to explain to somebody all this trauma that you've been through and you know, have gone through, and then have them nod their head like, yeah, me too. It should never be me too. It should never be a me too situation. What it should be is, I'm so sorry that you went through that, Shaylee. I'm so sorry that your life has been that chaotic, that you've had to fight tooth and nail to even get a millimeter of respect and love from those you love and appreciate. I'm sorry that you've been through horrible relationships, and that, you know, you didn't meet me sooner. Of course, a little confidence is good too. That you didn't meet me sooner. You know what I mean? Become friends with that person. Become friends with that person. Not friends with benefits. Friends, just, it should be someone who gives you the equality. You shouldn't have to force them into a motherfucking thing. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Hey, Ian. Hey, everybody. Hey, Ray, too. Hello, everyone popping through. But I hope that got through to you, love. And I really do. You know, I think that you are so close. Like I said, you like 1%. Like there's this 1% that your heart is still healing from. It's this 1% of men that your heart is still like fighting to get recognized for, when you shouldn't have to fight for a motherfucking thing. I was throwing myself out of New York crib before I could even walk. I was like, not this place again. Ugh. You said my crib. I feel like New York crib would be actually accurate. It's because a lot of New Yorkers are fighters. And I talk from personal experience. We be fighting everything. And I could tell you from personal experience as well that I have struggled with this exact same thing. From a perspective of a man, of course, it's slightly different, but it's still the same shit. And it's the same cycle that will keep on narrating your life, your romantic life. Like, you can be successful in any other lane, but then you fall flat right here because it's the hardest thing to recognize your worth. It truly is. Because you almost have to prove that shit to yourself. And then even when people are like, Shaylee, you're wonderful, like, you're great, like, you're beautiful, you know, you're funny, you're humorous, you're kind, like, you have to fight to believe those things because you've been told otherwise or shown otherwise your whole entire life, you know. And so we don't gotta do that shit no more. We don't gotta prove nothing to nobody no more. That's just, we don't have to do that. You just gotta be you. Show up and be you. That's it. Show up and be you. And if somebody recognizes it, those are gonna be compliments, right? That comes from a man who truly loves you and truly appreciates you. It's gonna be compliments out the gate with how respectful you are and how loving you are. Right out the gate. Right out the gate. You be dropping gems. Hell yeah. And okay, Ian, what's good with you? I agree. You see, there it is. If other people don't, then that's their loss. Exactly. Exactly. You are exactly right. And don't let that slip your mind when a handsome man comes around and starts trying to swoon you and pick you up. When he comes around with a smile and the white teeth and the pretty face and the, you know, don't forget that. Don't forget that. And what you were saying definitely didn't fully post. I did have a full reading at Xmas, not exactly new to you because you're real. Would you help me make a decision between social housing again after 23 years or private rent? Okay. And you said I don't feel. Okay. Can you kind of run me through what you're asking again just one more time and kind of shorten it? Because YouTube, that's why I hate YouTube sometimes. It cuts out your shit. It cuts out your shit. It cuts out your post. So like I don't get that full fledged explanation that you're trying to put through. That's exactly why we gonna start Discording up again eventually here. So I had struggles with it tonight. Struggling trying to get my microphone and stuff working, but I'll have it pre-prepared when we actually do it. I want to try to do it tomorrow afternoon. So one more time for me, Ian. Thank you for the donations, and thank you, Miss. I'm gonna say Miss Tarita. See, Virgo. Thank you, Shelly, for the donation. They tried 24-year-old try real hard. See. Yeah, they good pretenders out here. They good pretenders out here. Yeah, sure, Miss Sharita. After I'm done with and you two falling off for real. You said Shaylee, you tried to post what she said. I paid $24. Housing. Can you help on how to further heal? I feel fairly autistic, empathetic, and have been working on trauma. Okay, question about housing. What was your question about housing? What was your question about housing, huh? I don't know if it's maybe a little bit further back for you, man. But if you could refresh, if you just like starting to hear me talk to you now, refresh it up so you can be with us. Somebody's drinking, or maybe drinking champagne, or maybe you just been drinking lately. Been feeling that lately. There's nothing wrong with unwinding a little bit. Absolutely nothing. Sometimes YouTube be like, yeah, I know that a lot of the time it's not your fault, or it's just connections. It's connections' fault. Network. Amanda, you said I'm drinking. I feel that. And Amanda, you will get your reading. Patience, patience. Patience. You said twisted tea. Okay, so you starting light. Maybe that's for the best, right, Amanda? I'm not drinking. I hope not. I like that twisted tea. If I'm going light, I like Smirnoff. I turned 40 on Sunday. Okay. Happy early birthday. I normally just drink wine. No, me too. I love wine. My stomach can't take anything harder than that no more. Yeah, I used to be able to drink like a fucking fish. Getting older. Yep. And where you at? Tequila. Social housing. Okay. For 23 years, should I go now for private rent? Have issues giving to myself and loving. Okay, I got you. Okay. Thank you so much for saying that again. Not a fish. No, for real. Hey, that shit runs in my blood. Alcohol, Jesus, man. I used to be able to down a whole bottle of gin, and people be like, "How are you not puking? How are you not like I'm a fucking clown?" I also used to drink a little bit of moonshine too. And people's like, "How the fuck are you able to do that?" And I'm a short person too. I just hold it well because I'm bulky. I got the bulk. And then, like I said, my stomach used to be like I used to have a dog's stomach. And that's the way we explain it here in New York, as a dog stomach, when you could like drink or eat anything and survive that shit. But I used to be like able to coherently have conversations while drinking. Now it did press my buttons a little bit because I would get a little vile with my words. Jesus. I used to be like a real sweet talker, but in a way that like I don't even understand no more. Sometimes when I see like my old videos pop up from like Snapchat and shit, I'm like, I don't even know how I made it through that phase. Jesus. Thank God I did though. Thank fuck I did. Okay, Ian. So you're in social housing. I could see how this whole situation, like I want to say, and first thing I want to say to you is that you've done as good as you can do. You've literally pushed through as good as you could through the situation you've been dealing with. Okay, like this is it. Like this is where I feel this is a very defining moment for you, because I don't think you've never had the time to actually enjoy what you have. You've never had the time to actually enjoy what you have. And in situations like this with the social housing, you've never had the time to like be relieved of that feeling of like, okay, I know that this is my home and this is what's right and this is where I'm at. You've never had the time to appreciate nothing like that. You just haven't been able to do that. You've worked very hard and received very little from other people, and that's kind of, we be talking on that, of course, all night. But I almost feel like this is more or less a physical thing for you too, in the physical realm. So we talking about like in your environment. We talking your environment, like your housing, your physical, your food, the food that you eat. The ability to like physically go out and do things. You just haven't been able to do that in a really long time. And we do. I feel like Justice card energy, even though like the Justice card is nowhere to be fucking found. Is it on the bottom? No, that's the title card. Even more so, I feel like there's Justice card energy where it's like nobody has given you that. I can see, and I'm gonna answer your question very frankly. I can see you going for private rent. I can see you going for private rent regardless. Okay, I can see you picking up and moving ship regardless. That's what I see. So if you were curious on that, or maybe even questioning yourself on that, it's best that you go for private rent. Do it. Do it. It's time for something new for you. Something different. Because this shit is like a headache to you. A big fucking migraine. A big migraine. It's too much. It's not even... Now it's not even about like you're not even just responsible for yourself, and like you're responsible for this person's shit and that person's shit and this person's shit and that person's shit, and it's getting on your nerves. Like I said, I can tell it's putting you in a very stressful place. You're responsible for shit that's not even yours, like for shit that doesn't even make sense to me. So yes, go for private rent. Now, let's see. I'm going to do a little bit more. We're going to do a little bit more soul searching and talk about you a little bit. Just personally you. We'll get back on that topic. Let me get my music up a little bit. Let's see. All right. Knight of Chalices, Ten of Pentacles. Okay. Watching shit. Okay, I can see you watching somebody. I don't know if it's like maybe you watching like your accounts and stuff like that, or your finances. You might be just in general online and kind of like browsing and viewing shit. I can see you watching, and I can see you like daydreaming, wishing, hoping, and like your hopes and dreams type situation. Like that's why I feel like you very much focus on this aspect that's never something you can achieve for yourself, when I feel like you totally wrong about that. And I feel like you totally wrong about that. Like, yes, like I said, you definitely have a situation where you are forcing stability, which is great, right? And I feel like even with that, once you settle on private rent, that will also give you your wings. It'll give you your wings to fly type situation. But then I also see this aspect of you still looking at, you look at other people's lives, you just view it, you kind of look from the outside. You're like, I could never do that back in my day, or I can never do this, I can never do that. But like, I feel like, why are we talking in past tense? Why are we talking in past tense when we should be talking about you now? Now. Like right now, what you're capable of, what you're fully capable of. Like, who the fuck is stopping you? That's the thing. It's like your own mind is stopping you. That's what's stopping you. It's you stopping you from doing what you need to do. It's you. It's all you. And I know people toy with you and play with you, or play with your finances is primarily what I pick up on. They like to play with your shit. They like to think they own your shit or own you. Like I pick up on a heavy abuse. The symptoms and sicknesses of abuse. That's what I pick up on. In which you are still inhabiting this like inner rage inside of you. It's definitely a lot of anger towards past situations. A lot of that anger and feelings of guilt as well. Because I feel like, you feel guilty for not giving yourself more justice. More justice, for giving yourself more flowers, like actually giving yourself and recognizing and acknowledging yourself. You feel bad. You feel like a slave to your own thoughts. You feel like a slave to your own thoughts. Yeah. Like you broken, but you're not broken. That's the strangest part, is that we like to say, like, us as human beings, we broken, or like there's something about us, like broken girls, broken boys, broken guys, whatever. Like that situation where you describe yourself as a broken individual, that in itself is talking down and talking bad about yourself, and you doing that shit basically for no reason, because there's nothing broken about you. You are 100% whole. You might not feel, your emotions might not feel whole within that moment, but there's nothing about you that makes you any lesser of a human being, that makes you broken. There's nothing in your, like I said, even if your life has been hard and difficult, even if you've literally struggled your whole entire life, with finding people to trust, with trusting yourself, there's nothing about you that's broken. You're a human being, and you are 100% a human being. Like I said, even when I say, like, oh, you're a slave to your own emotions, like, you a slave to yourself, nothing but. So when other people start coming around you and demanding things out of you and trying to force you into certain situations and using you as using words and using physical shit as a weapon towards you, like, you did nothing to deserve that. Like I said, you a human being with human needs, very, very achievable needs. Okay. Yeah. Like, your needs are just as valid as anyone else's. Yeah. Since I pick up on, like, sense of doom, or like when your stomach drops into your guts type shit. I pick up on anxiety as well with you. Let's see, what are you anxious about? You need closure. That's what they pick up on closure in a romantic situation, or in closure in your past, like closing out the old to continue on with finding yourself. They're talking about closing this connection with a certain individual, and it might not even be that you're still in contact with him. It might be the memories, holding on to the memories and the feelings, holding on to the desire, holding on to the anger and the abuse, and it's holding on. That part, the holding part, where you're almost like waiting for this person one day to show up and challenge you once again. That part. That is what you need to conquer in order for your life to feel a lot less hefty. Okay? In order to heal, that's what you're going to need to do. In order to find, like, actual clarity and to fully trust yourself, you need to first conquer the abuse. Okay? Conquer the things that have happened to you. Conquer your past. And I know that sounds like, okay, well, you're making it sound fucking simple. Like, damn. Like, okay, I've been trying to do that my whole entire life. But really, no. When I say conquer that shit, I mean, you're going to have to go back to all of those memories. You will have to relive them. Not over and over again like you've been doing in bits and pieces as you're living your life. But I mean, you're going to have to sit down, make some boundaries with people, stop communicating and talking to certain people, and you're going to have to feel all of those emotions and think about all those situations that you've been through. Not as little girl Ann, not as young teen Ann, but now as an adult Ann. Go back and view those situations. You're going to have to do that. And yes, you can't change. Like, I think, Ann, you that type of woman that you say you can't change the past. No, you can't. But you can reflect on that shit. You can reflect on that shit. You can. You can reflect on the feelings and reflect on the emotions of that shit. You have to mourn. You have to mourn. You just do. That's what's needed. It's mourning. Being able to look back and see your situation fully as it was. It was abusive. It was neglectful. It was disgusting. Being able to feel the emotions behind it. The things that were said. Particularly, it's words that have affected you in. Particularly, it's words. It's words. Oh, well, they'll never want you. You know, I don't even want you. No, I hate you. Or you're nothing but a da 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 da. Go back to those things that were said to you. Go back. Rewire your fucking mind. Because none of those motherfuckers were right about you. And even to this day, you have been proving them wrong each and every single day that you push past and live. Each and every single day, you have been proving them wrong. Again and again and again and again. Because they didn't think you make it this far. Truthfully, they didn't. And fuck them for saying that shit. Fuck them for being that disgusting to you. Or treating you in that way. Remove yourself from their expectations. Because their expectations don't fucking matter no more. It never has mattered. And now that you've grown, and now that you're an adult, you can see how wrong they did you. And you can correct yourself and your mind and your thinking and the things that you say to yourself on a daily basis, or the way that you degrade yourself and make yourself feel worthless because of their fucking words. Fuck them. They're disgusting. They're self-righteous. They're nasty. They're abusive. They're neglectful. The only closure that you're going to get is from you yourself. It's from you. You need to close that chapter, and you need to close out all of those situations. That's going to be you. They are never going to come back and apologize for everything that they've done. And even if they do, you'll never forgive them. And I want you to, I never, truth be told, people talk about forgiveness and shit like that. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. And I say this again and again and again on this channel. The only person that you're going to have to forgive is yourself. For punishing yourself for the things that were done and said to you by another human being. By an adult at that. You're going to have to forgive yourself for putting yourself through adult suffering. And for something that you couldn't control as a child or as a teenager. Or as a young adult. A young person coming into themselves. Okay? So that's the footwork. You know, in specific ways that you can work on that, most definitely is writing. I talked yesterday a little bit about meditation, because that's super important as well. Meditation, like doing the sleep meditations. I talk about that shit all the time too, how much that has helped me. I listen to a dude named Michael Seeley. Sleep meditation. When you start feeling your mind spinning, find a sleep meditation. Find something to listen to. Find something to listen to. All right. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. But that's what's up, Ann. I hope you heard me when I said that shit was not your fault. And so you need to stop holding on to it. Okay? Stop taking the responsibility. Stop taking the lashes from people who right now, currently in your life, don't fucking matter. Their choice, what they think of you does not matter. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. I will always let you know. You could keep coming back and coming back, but what they said about you, what they continue to say about you, does not fucking matter. Okay, you will have to grieve. You will have to think about all of those things again. And I know you've been trying to close it off, but that's what you need to do. Open up to yourself. And, you know, I've suggested therapy, you know, as well to people, but like that's not necessarily always the best thing to throw yourself into if you don't feel prepared to tell the truth to yourself. And I feel like that's what you struggle with too, is telling the truth to yourself. Not telling yourself all of those horrible lies and abusive things that people have told you about yourself. It's not, but you got to stop believing those before you venture into the world of therapy. So then you can fully tell your story and fully remember all of the things said and done so that you can fully grieve them.
Thank you for coming in, Isabella. I appreciate it. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up with you. And stop being a little bit more selfish with your time. That's what's up. I think I forgot to say hey to you, Tay. Hey, Tay. So let's see. Oh, Amanda, I wanted to hit you real quick. What's your question? What's your question for me? You are preaching tonight, and I'll keep preaching. I've learned a lot in my absence. What can I say? Not really. These are things I've always known, but you know, as I keep experiencing tarot and experiencing people's energy, it's like I feel like these are things that a lot of tarot readers ignore. They ignore your actual feelings. Like, truthful, they see your situation. Don't get me wrong. They're able to perfectly explain to you the situation, but they can never explain the feelings behind it. You realize that? That, like, they might be able to tell you a yes or a no. Yes, sir. No, sir. But they can't tell you the real, true emotions behind anything. They're lackluster in that way because they don't even know their own fucking feelings on the shit. And they try to force it to make sense to you. That's one thing I know too. They try to force shit. Single mother with a career as a civil litigation attorney. I'm very, very lonely, and I'm thinking I'm just meant to be alone forever. Oh, nobody is meant to be alone forever. All my exes have treated me horribly, and they've all come back. Okay, I got you. I hear you out, Amanda. Can you tell me your sign real quick? Can you tell me your sign? What's your sun, ascendant, and moon? It's not really a requirement, so if you don't want to tell me all that, that's good too. But I'm just curious. I'm curious. Definitely. I haven't had it really a must either. I just needed to clear my energy. I feel that. Gemini, I knew it. Gemini always has that most interesting energy to me. All right. See you the 9th. They try to force shit, make shit up. Yeah, for money. Because they know that you'll pay them to know more, right? I didn't hear the second part of it. Oh, so I said your ascendant or in your moon. And if you don't know, that's okay, too. Your ascendant and your moon. Okay. Amanda. Damn. Amanda got a little bit of gangster in her. You an arguer, you know that, Amanda? You a fighter. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. You know, I feel like these are traits that, like, Gemini either has or does not have. How do I find that answer? So a natal chart. But you don't have to do. Let's not even focus on that right now. Just by basing shit off of you being a gem, I already know what to expect. Okay. I already know what to expect. So don't even worry about it. Just know the gem part. Okay. Okay, so you want to find somebody, and I'm gonna give you the best advice towards that. It's you that's gonna have to put in the footwork, though. Just realize that it's you that's gonna have to do all that footwork. That's why I'm an attorney. I'm a big fighter. That's how I'm so successful. It's your tone. Like, it's not your words ring. Like, it's not only that you say certain things that get people believing you, it's your tone. You have a very emotional tone that I feel like draws people in. And a lot of the emotion, honestly, comes from your own situation, your own past.
You know, when we talk about like vocalization for others that can't speak type situation, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. That you definitely have like a tone about you, where I feel like a lot of people they don't. I don't think they expect you either. I don't think they expect. I speak on like maybe your height or like your physical features. When people see your physical features, they don't think it matches up with how much energy you have. Okay, and hopefully that makes sense. They don't think it makes sense. They're like, wait, what? Did she really just say? Wait, that girl, that lady just said that? Like what? Like what the fuck? Oh shit! Like she really just said that. She really just did that. Oh fuck! And that shocks the fuck out of people. But this is where I'm getting to it within the relationship zone. Amanda, you say every and anything to scare people away, and I hope I want you. I'm 5'1". Okay, there we go. There we go. That makes sense. That makes sense. I want you to 125 pounds. She said I'm 125 pounds, soaking wet type shit. 5'1". The gangster or the Don type energy. I love it. No, for real. You say in relationships or in romance or when you're courting somebody or when someone's courting you, you say anything and everything to scare them away. You know, honesty is never a bad thing. Being honest about your past and your life and your situation and how you feel, it's never a bad thing. But we talk repetitively here about boundaries because that is where a lot of people lack. You know, they lack that type of responsibility. You're great at creating boundaries with the people that you work with, but you're not great at creating boundaries with the people that you sleep with or that you're romantic towards. Your relationships, you get bored and you fall flat with these people because you're too honest. And we can say like, oh, there's no such thing as being too honest. You're honest to the point to where you're trying to hurt people. You're trying to hurt them. Out of pettiness, yes, but also out of like just who you are as a person. You are trying to fight that feeling of love or fight the feeling of warmth. Because you know what love means. Right? I pick up on your past too, like very very strongly. I pick up on your parent or whoever you had as a guardian. I pick that up very strongly because there is this tit for tat situation where I feel like a parent treated you more as a sibling or treated you more like you were on equal level or equal playing field as a child. Like your voice was a bad thing, and that's why you're so loud now. The people that have said that they love you in your past, it always came with a tit for tat. It always came with you having to like fight for that. You know what I mean? Like you had to do anything and everything to gain attention. And that still applies now, or that still applies to your mindset now. And that you have to do everything and anything to get someone to love you. But even now, so you looking back on that situation, like, ew, like past Amanda was gross. Past Amanda was annoying. Past Amanda was this. But very much so, you are still there. You are still there. You're just reflecting it differently. Okay? Because now instead of being the Amanda that gives, you know, like you are the Amanda that gives no fucks. When in reality, when you were a child, you gave many fucks. You cared too much, and you felt like you invested too much in situations where you could never, like, fully receive that love or receive the things that people were saying. You just trusted and believed them, and then when they let you down, you felt yourself going further and further, like, you know, down into depression or down into the depths type shit. You're like, okay, so basically, love means nothing. That's what you made up in your head real early on. Love doesn't mean shit. Or love is a means to an end. That's what it is. It's a means to an end. Okay. And I will say you're about 50% right in that quarter of things. Love is a means to an end. You know what I mean? It is something that has Like, it has, people put too much power to love, right? Where people are willing to sacrifice anything for some dickhead, that treats them like shit. But, of course, some type of woman will overlook that. I feel like I'm describing one of your parents. That's choosing a man over your children, or choosing a partner over your children, or choosing to be outside over your children, always choosing something over your kid, always choosing something else. Like, and at the end of the day, you ended up choosing yourself. So I understand where that comes from. I can feel that. Okay. You a boss. You just naturally have boss energy. You can't help that fact. You can't help the fact that you're confident and strong in all the places you've needed to be for all of these years. But I think you need to change your tune and let your guard down a little bit. You find these men who want to argue with you, who want to fight with you. You find these, I'm not even going to say men, I'm going to say boys. You find these men who want to train you or submit you. They want to train that attitude. They want you to submit. I feel like the sadistic nature. I feel like the physical fighting. Like someone trying to pin you under them. They want to tame you. Like you're some sort of fucking, I almost said clown. That don't even make no sense. Like you're in a circus type shit. No. They want to tame you like a fucking lion type shit. So, now that you kind of come to this point to where you're starting to think, well, no, nobody's good for me. I want you also to reflect. You have pinned yourself into a category that nobody can reach. You have false confidence in places where you should not have confidence. You confidently say to yourself, well, he's not going to get me. No, he's not even going to get close to me. Oh, no, he ain't worth shit. You're like, no. He's not going to kiss me. He's not going to do this. He's not going to do that. Oh, fuck no. Like, take me on a date? Fuck that. I don't have the time for that shit. I'm an attorney. I don't have the fucking time for that shit. Let loose, love. Amanda. Let loose. Yes, they have to earn the right to love you. Yes, you also have to earn the right to love them. You also have to find it in yourself, find it in your body, find it in your mind to move forward with somebody who makes sense for you. And it's not going to be the man who fights you and sit there and debates with you. It's the man who's going to agree with you. It's the man who's going to agree with you and be soft around you and let his guard down around you. It's the man who's going to be strong in his own place, like in his own situation. Like you gotta stop looking for the men who are going to fight you. You're like, ooh, this is interesting. You're like sipping on your drink. You texting them, sipping on your little drink, and like then you do the little petty shit, like you turn off your phone when they respond to you, and you respond like hours later type shit. You do that little petty shit where you're like, yeah, fuck them. Like I gotta teach them this, teach them that, teach them. I gotta teach them to respect me. No, with the right man, you will never have to teach them a motherfucking thing. They will just respect you right out the motherfucking gate. And if they ever disrespect you, they will most definitely be very apologetic. And give you your flowers, girl. Give you your flowers. Okay? All right? You almost 40, girl. You almost 40. And it's not about an age. Love is not about an age thing. It's not about getting older, like, oh my God, now I'm too old, I'm off the market. You're never going to be off the market, Amanda. You have all the traits and you have all the boss traits. You have all your boss traits. And I should, but I don't. I think I met my twin flame, but it complicated. I'm gonna pull you back on that, Amanda. Amanda, you think you treats me no different than my ex? My ex is 67. You think you found somebody? You have to know you found somebody. Okay? Ignore the term twin flame. I want you to ignore that term, or soulmate. Ignore that term for a minute. If you've found the man that is right for you, you won't be saying, I think. You will know fully and wholeheartedly that you want to give yourself to that person. Give your all to that person. Not give, you're not going to give your mind away. Like with a lot of these situations, they play mind games with you, right? You're giving your mind away to those situations. You're giving your mind away. You're giving them time, too much fucking airtime. You're giving them way too much airtime when they play those types of games with you, when they manipulate you like that. If he was really for you, you would know. You would just know. That is something that you know. It's not something you ever have to question. You don't have to sit there and be like, well, he does show abusive symptoms and signs, and he is a little petty bitch, but I think he's the one for me. No, I think. No, I think. No, but, I have to make exceptions because I also have traits that are pretty negative and pretty bad. No, you don't have to make exceptions. You know your worth, Amanda. You've been fight. You've sought yourself out already. You know who you are. Now you have to find that. What I just said. You just know when you know. Okay, but here's the thing. Like I said, are you making exceptions for certain things? Because that's what I also feel like you're doing. You make exceptions based on the things that you struggle with. Well, he does hurt me and is petty and is this way, but no. A man will never do those things to you. A man will never do those things to you. A child will. A boy will. A man will not. Stop making exceptions. Cut off the people where you always have to sacrifice a piece of yourself for these men. Do you realize that, Amanda? You always have to sacrifice a piece of yourself for these people. Always. You always are the one putting in the footwork. That's not fair. That's just not fair. Even at 60 fucking 7. Like imagine 67, you're still sitting here whining like a bitch. In your fucking white skin mark boxer briefs. You still sitting there not being able to make a decision on whether you want to be with a beautiful woman. A woman who's younger than you at that. A woman who's very accomplished and very successful at that. He's a fucking bonehead, babe. He's a fucking bonehead. He ain't shit. That's a fucking loser. That's a fucking loser. He's at 67. He's never going to find the one. Because he ain't got nothing to offer. But a bunch of fucking jumbled up words. That's it. He went back to his shitty, like I said. Just like I'm saying to you right now, you will know when you find the one. And that you will never have any questions. You will never make exceptions for that person. I will say the same about the man who is meant to be in your life. That man will never ever make exceptions for anybody else. He will never walk back to his ex. He will never take his mama's advice and never be with you. He will never sacrifice a piece of himself for anything or for anybody. He will be with you because he wants to be with you. Because he needs you. Because you're his lover. You're his partner in fucking crime. He can't imagine a life without you. But I also don't want to end up alone. You won't be. Where the hell is he? You got to do the self-work in order to see yourself before he and you come together. And that work is letting that motherfucking guard down, girl. Stop fighting. Stop trying to find a man who like to fight with you and debate with you. Find a man who's interested and has some fucking substance, who will have a conversation with you, who will laugh with you, who will sit there and try to understand you and listen to you, who doesn't have a past of fucking cheating. Like, okay, back to back to back to back, you be being a man who cheat on their women and cheat on their wives. Like, that shit it's disgusting. That's gross. That's disgusting. That's gross. It's shit. A man who's gonna be your best friend. Cause he's not your fucking friend. He's not your he's a gossip. He's like a gossip girl. He's like a fucking gossip girl, but he ain't your friend. He talks shit about his ex-wife or shit about his ex and shit like that. He's not your friend. He uses you because he knows you have a good head on your shoulders. He uses you for your knowledge and experience. He uses you. That's what he does. It's plain and simple. He uses you for your body, for your mind. But a true man, a real man, and a man that deserves you will never do that shit. Never. Never even fucking think to do that shit. Never think about another woman. Never look at another fucking woman. Never. And that man exists, I'm telling you. And I could listen, I'm gonna tell you about your next slew of relationships a little bit, Amanda, just because I'm interested. And I say slew because I do think there's gonna be a lot of the same people trying to edge their way to you. But you gotta be willing and ready to reject them. Don't accept someone because you're lonely and you have a prospect in your head of a family unit going on. Okay? Like, you have that idea in your head that you want a wholesome family. But wholesome never comes without the groundwork for you. You have to be whole within yourself first. Feel whole within yourself first. Because you already a whole fucking riot. You already have been accomplishing and successful. But to accept yourself wholly and totally as a person and accept your past and accept your future and what your future will be, you know. You have to work on yourself, and you have to reject those who try to come back and drag you again. I take constructive criticism very well. A lot of Geminis actually do, you know, shockingly. Actually, a lot of Geminis do. They actually really do listen. See, you're a good listener, too. That's what he uses you for. And sit there and feel bad for him and all this and all that. Oh, my goodness. Fuck that. You gotta cut that shit off. It's gonna take you a minute. I can see it taking you a second to. It's like I want to say it's a seeing is believing type situation, Amanda, with you. That you might be listening, you might be hearing me, but are you hearing me type situation. I think it's very much a seeing is believing that he's always gonna choose someone else. He's always gonna choose someone else. He's always gonna choose something else other than you. He's always going to make excuses of why he can't be there with you fully. He's always going to reject you or make you feel rejected, like you have to fight, like you have to debate, like you have to sit there and grab him by the fucking throat. He's always going to make you feel that way. And then he's going to come back full-fledged. You know, he's going to leave you for a couple months, and then he's going to come back full-fledged and be like, hey, little mama, let me whisper in your motherfucking ear. Like, I miss you so much. Like, you're the love of my life. You're this, you're that. You're all that in a bag of fucking chips. He don't even know what or who you are. He don't know him fucking self. He don't know his ass from a hole in the fucking ground. He's 67 and still hasn't had his life fucking figured out. That ain't the man for you. That's gross. That's disgusting. Despicable ass, old ass, crusty ass man. And there ain't nothing wrong with being 67 because you could be a real beautiful 67. But I could tell, like I said, I feel this energy off of him. He's gross. He's disrespectful and he's gross. And he ain't the one. Thank you, Sun Moon Star. So he made you feel delusional because you question yourself every single step of the way of getting to know him, of being near him, or or being with him. He made you question all, he asked you all of these personal and moral questions. He pretended to be that ear in order to wiggle his way, downstairs. To wiggle his way and wedge himself and manipulate you enough into believing that he truly loved you and has feelings for you. He's that father you never had. He's that father you never had. The way he made you feel. Like his little fucking princesses or his little secret. Like, that shit is disgusting. That's creepy. That's decrepit ass motherfucking energy. Gross. Gross. And if he been coming back and leaving messages and doing that weird stalky shit, I'm gonna tell you something. Put your foot down. You know words better than I do, Amanda. You an attorney. You know words better than I do. Put this man in his fucking place and cut it off and get to moving. Get to stepping. Get to stepping. Lance, this, okay. YouTube is like, don't be saying that. Cut this nigga. So foolish. It's not that you were foolish, sweetie. You were just looking for love, which is what everyone seeks out. They want acceptance, they want love. You were looking for something so human. And also something that even though we talk about it being rare, it's something that everyone wants. So why the fuck is it so fucking rare, right? Why is it so fucking rare? It shouldn't be. But when you find full love in yourself, like I said, you'll know he is the one. You won't have any questions about it. You won't make any exceptions because he will be that full fucking package. Okay? So like I said, coming up, I see a lot of you trying to, you still kind of put into question your situation and why you had to go through it. And I feel like that's the right thing to do, is to reflect. But then I also see like some newer guys coming into your circle and you're like, oh my God, I hate these young guys. They're so fucking annoying. Like, they don't know shit. I do see a younger man piquing your interest a little bit coming up here. Excuse me. I do see a younger man. I'm going to say it's either like a fire sign or another air sign. Might be another Gemini. There's a younger individual that I see coming up here. You got to be careful not to the next couple of relationships and the next couple of situations. It's gonna put into test your self-worth. And I'm not saying because they're bad guys. I'm not trying to say that. I'm saying it's because in order to find the right one, you have to be picky. You have to be very particular. But then you're also going to have to put your walls down to the right type of conversation, right? Not when he's talking about his dick or his stick or how beautiful you are. You're going to have to, really soul search on like that intelligent communication you crave so much. Consistency. True consistency. Is that type of man where you're going to be talking to him like every day and like back to back. Like, it's not going to be in secret. He's going to tell the whole fucking world about you. He's going to be proud of you. He said, well, I won't walk away from my job again, that's for sure. Yeah, and fuck anyone who try to ask that as somebody. Like, walk away from your life. How about that? Well, yeah, walk off. How about we go over here and we walk off the cliff together, right? Go over here and take a step off the fucking cliff. And pushes you off, and he's standing up there like, haha, gotcha. Like, come on now. Love does come with some sacrifice, but all of the sacrifice is going to be in mindset. It's that old mindset that you're going to have to change. So it's going to come with sacrifice, but you're never going to have to sacrifice your life for that shit. You not too much. Baby, you not too much. You said go. If I'm too much, go find too little. I like that. If I'm too much, then go find too little. But you not too much. Any man who has told you that is a motherfucking lie. You not too much. You not. And I will tell you that truthfully, just from your energy and how strong a woman you are. You're not too much. Not for the right one. You're just not. You don't have you don't have that drama in you. You just don't. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't see nothing to do with you being a dramatic bitch, or you just a real one. You just a real one. You not too much. And the men who have been making you feel that way, like I said, stop looking for that basic line of like I feel like you look for the pleasure, right? In communication. Well, it's great to be able to talk to somebody. Can they talk about their feelings? Can they talk about their emotions? Not the logic, of course, like I said, that's a really important part for someone to be logical and level-headed. But the emotional part, that's where you're falling short. Having emotional conversations with people. Because sometimes when we talk about our past and we talk about our trauma, we talk about it like in very, very like emotionless or detached terms. We talk about it in detachment terms. We're like, yeah, you know, and we laugh about it. Like, like, oh yeah, that happened to me. Like, damn, that shit, like, you know, I'm traumatized as fuck. Like, we laugh about that shit. But find someone like where you can cry. You can cry with that person. You can cry with that person. You can be emotional with that person without feeling like a terrible person. Open up. You could be vulnerable without feeling like, you know, oh my, like the man is gonna be like, oh bitch, why you crying? Because you are a human being who can fucking cry. That's why. You shouldn't even have to explain that shit. I always laugh at myself. That's also a trauma response. Is the laughing. You laugh at situations that hurt you so much, that it hurts you so bad, and then you laugh at it in order to try to soften the blow. But the reality of it is you gonna need a man that's gonna pull you apart in that way, where he's not gonna make you cry because he's gonna, you know, abuse you. He's gonna make you cry because you feel comfortable with him. He makes you feel heard and understood and needed and wanted. He gonna make you feel like a piece of fucking gold. And he gonna treasure the fuck out of you. Like I said, you'll know it. I shouldn't have to defend myself all the time when I'm a good person. Exactly. No. You shouldn't. I agree with you. You shouldn't. To the point where I just avoid people, and that's understandable why you get so drained from that type of individual, right? That's understandable why you would feel drained at the end of a conversation with someone who just blames you or points the finger. Like, I'll always be pointing their fingers at you being the one that's wrong, or you being too dramatic, or you being too cold, or you this, you that. Yeah, fuck all that. Hey, MJ, haven't seen you in a minute. Miss Tarita, ask me your question. Or when they try to contact you when they want something from you, because they know, like I said, they know that at the end of the day you're a human with a heart, and they also know that you're going to be real with them. You're going to be direct with them. You're going to be extremely direct. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, with when I'm doing a reading for somebody, and I kind of been over this before in the past, but when I'm doing a reading for somebody, you know, if it's not necessarily like helpful, or you're like hearing somebody out and being like, you know, congratulating somebody or trying to understand their situation, if you could wait on the questions, that'd be great. If you could wait on constantly asking, you know, oh, you know, can I get a reading? Can I get this? Can I get that? because that gets, like, even though I'm not necessarily looking for your responses, that also can sometimes distract me as the reader, because then I'm like, oh man, like, you know, we got energies trying to mix and mingle and, you know, whatever. Like, I'm just trying to focus on this one individual. I'm trying to help this one individual, and then I'll get you. Like I said, patience is what matters to me. And I will if you're a patient individual, I will always notice you, and I will always help you. I will always help you with your reading if you're patient. If you're gonna be good for it, I'm gonna give you what you're asking for. It's nice to see you too, MG. Should I keep Leanne as my attorney for custody and support? Leanne. I already pick up on Leanne being able to give you what you asking for. But, Jesus Christ, all my cards just splattered the fuck out. Your mind's been in a lot of different places, so I'm sure it. But you've done a good job on trying to keep yourself level-headed. Let's see. Leanne will get you what you need. You just need to be you need to be patient with it. I think it's very, very difficult sometimes to lay out the groundwork for these types of cases or these types of situations, because trying to evaluate somebody as a parent, especially, or trying to evaluate even a situation just in legal terms like this, I think it is super, super difficult. But I do think it's worth the wait. I know your patience is wearing thin, but sometimes these things can take many years. Many years. For ones, let's see what's going to come out of this. So let me. I'm going to look at a hypothetical for you, Miss Sharita, just to make sure that there isn't other options that can be a little bit quicker for you. I'm going to look. So if you chose another attorney, would it be faster for you? If you chose another attorney, would it be faster for you? Give me. No. It would not be. I know it's draining to wait, and I know it's been very much on your mind and very stressful for you, but I don't think it would be any faster. I think it would be the same shit. You would be in the same waiting game. Okay? It'd be the same waiting game. The same thing. It wouldn't change anything. You just go right back through the same exact process and be exhausted as fuck. I would keep Leanne. She apparently didn't respond to court and it got dismissed. Now we have to file again. Like I said, I feel like Leanne has your back. I feel like Leanne has your back. I don't know what the situation was with it getting dismissed and shit like that, or the fact that she didn't respond to the court system. Maybe there was just complications on her end with things, but I don't see it be any faster if you chose somebody else. I truly don't. I truly don't. This is just something that takes a really, really long time. Or I guess, yeah, a year is a long time to wait, but I do think it is something that's more or less on the court's end. I don't think they're always responsible with this type of case, because they go through so many of these types of cases, and I really truly don't think that they're responsible, or the people involved on their end is responsible. No, I would continue to trust the person that you have been putting your trust in and communicating your situation to. He hasn't even responded to the courts. Yeah, but I don't even think the courts are responsive. You know what I mean? I don't even think the courts themselves are responsive. I think the whole entire problem with them trying to communicate with Leanne has been the fact that they themselves are not responsive. You know, so like, okay, it's easy for them to point the finger and be like, well, you didn't answer the fucking phone call or the paperwork or this and that. It's easy for them to say that, right? Because they're always in the right. They're somehow always in the right. My county is known for being a shit show, of course. Of course. If he hasn't answered. Yeah. See that like I said, I definitely feel like that's a county issue, Mr. Rita, and not an issue with your lawyer. I don't think so. I'm sorry, I'm intrigued. No, you're just giving out information that you know. You're giving information that you know, Amanda. You're not doing anything wrong. Hey, Mills. Hello, skin. Yeah. In a reading many months back, you told me this. Okay. Well, like I said, it makes sense for the timing. Like I do think that these cases are extremely difficult with how often or how many cases that they have to go through and how much information that the county has to take in. But that's no excuse because these are people's lives that they're fucking with. It's a borrowed time type situation. Like these are people's actual lives. You know, who's to say he wouldn't like come back in a year and try to take your daughter, or try to wiggle in? You know what I mean? They give him way too much time to it when he's not even a responsible parent in the first place. Don't give up. Yeah, don't give up. It's gonna mean that much more to you when it is over. I tell you, like, this is probably the most exhausting part, is the wait. A small TV. And Shaylee's onto something with that too, Miss Sharita. Shaylee is onto something with that. You know, I know there's like the whole financial bits and the financial parts of that too. But you know, fortunately, you have your children, and he wasn't a part of that. Fortunately, you have your kids, and he wasn't a part of that at all. Be proud of yourself for even waiting this long and having to, you know, discuss these things, because it's very traumatic. As a being a single mother is extremely traumatic. It's extremely traumatic. You see me when it, baby. I think I've already told you the answer on that as well. I think I already told you the answer, and that you would win. That you will win. It's just gonna take time. That was my purpose in this chat. Yay, Amanda, you have a lot more purpose than that. Most definitely, your reading will help someone out there, even if it's just one person. It'll allow strong boss type women to allow their hair to roll down type shit, to allow their vulnerability. That it's okay to be vulnerable. I just want it to be over. I get the impatient pieces and parts. I understand that totally and entirely. It's exhausting, and it's very traumatic. Very traumatic. Coincidences don't happen. Yeah, I agree with you there too. Your new house? Family law is the hardest because it's the most emotional. Yeah, definitely. And it's something that marks not only your life but the rest of your child's life. So, you know, this might take you a year or two, but this will also save your child that time and that stress of having to, you know, later on in their teenage years or even in their young adult years to wonder, you know, where daddy at, what daddy doing, you know, well, why is it that, like, I never knew or I never know that person. She won't even have to worry about that shit, because you could just tell her straight up the truth of who he was and how he did it. No soul searching really involved with that. She'll just be as real as you are about it too, even if he did choose to come back. You know, that creates trauma for a child. It's like, why didn't you ever fight for me? Why didn't you take the fucking time to fight for me? She don't even like him. She's 2. She gonna learn. Like I said, she's gonna learn, and she's gonna be able to decide on her own what her own journey will be. But this will save her a lot of trouble and struggle, especially for school. It's worth it. Yeah, she gonna be proud of her mama. This damn coat keep getting caught on my chair. Y'all see all that? You know, I love the style. I love the designer shits, but Jesus Christ, I keep getting this shit caught. I worry about her emotional state when she's older, and that's why, like, you know, these younger years are you know, actually all years are the best years. But once things start getting more comfortable, like very, very conflicting within her, where she starts, like, debating and fighting herself, and like I said, wondering where daddy is, and wondering all of these different steps and all these different things. You know, you can't guarantee obviously that you're going to be married by that time, but most definitely you're going to have you know, to explain to her regardless. And I think it's going to be super important for you to get the help, the necessary, like, you know, help with therapy, as well as her, and y'all together, even like in a little family unit. Even in a family unit. I've been so stressed. I could tell, like I said, just even the way that the cards were laid out, it's kind of scattered all over the fucking place. I can tell that you was stressing, and you are stressing. But there is so much, regardless of all of the, like I said, the things that you're gonna have to go through with her earlier. There is so much to appreciate just the now, in the now. Just in the now, like right now. Currently, there is so much for you to appreciate and to love on with your kid, with your baby. You know, the future is going to be important, and you're going to be on top of that shit too. I already know the type. Virgo, just that type. You're always going to be assuring your child's future, but enjoy the now. Enjoy what you got with her now, and keep bonding with her. Love mothers who care this deep. Yeah. My mom, yeah. You know, I knew that was coming too. I knew that was coming too. And I knew your mama would be in your court at the end of the day, regardless of her addictions and her issues and her struggles. I knew she would be in your court. Because I think she forgets sometimes that you're her child. You're her mini-me. You know, you're and you're and then some. You're everything that she was trying to be. You're everything. Feminine energy is so important. Sometimes when we experience being single parent long term, yeah, it really is. Maybe you said this is why I love what I do, and I could see how that would heal a family or heal people for sure. Yeah. She was hurt because she thought he loved his daughter. She saw it was only because I didn't want to be with him, and because I'll kind of explain to you just a little bit what that is, right? I'll explain to you what that is. It's because your mama had an awful habit of trusting man over her own kids. That's why. Your mama often chose to put trust in and respect into a man versus trusting and respecting her children. That's why. So now as she's starting to realize this, she's also starting to realize her own mistakes. And so you might see that she's extremely apologetic, or even like you even might feel like your mama being a little bit more mushy or too mushy for your liking. you might see her warm up to you in a way you've never seen your mother do it, and it's gonna make you very extremely uncomfortable, very very uncomfortable, because like you've learned to do it by yourself, Mr. Reader. I would say that you've learned to do everything, even if you've had the support, even if you've had like the support from both your parents and taking care of your child. You also know that at the end of the day, you know, your mother specifically, not your father, your mother specifically did not choose to be a parent. She chose to be a girlfriend or a wife. You're gonna feel uncomfortable, but now that there's a new baby in both y'all's lives and all of y'all's lives, her view is completely different. And you're gonna be fighting it all the way down, by the way, Miss Trudy. You're not gonna feel, like I said, you're not gonna feel comfortable with this shit out the gate. But it's something that you're definitely gonna be having conversations, I feel like, in a very near future with a therapist. Now, I could see you, like I said, I could see you talking to a therapist. I'm gonna be genuine. I'm gonna be genuine with you. I could see you talking to some help, whether it be a year or 2 years or 10 years or even like in a couple of months. I could see you talking to somebody about that. A woman, very particularly a woman who will teach you and rewrite you. She will rewrite your story type shit. She will make it so that you can forgive yourself and also forgive your mom and forgive the women in your life. Because the reason why you and your siblings are so fucked up is not because of y'all, it's because of her. It's because of her. Okay? I see you going back into therapy, Mr. Reed. Because this whole relationship with your mom has opened up a whole other can of worms that you weren't expecting. And it's gonna trigger you, and it's gonna feel like a lot of your trauma. You're like, why couldn't you do this earlier? Why couldn't you do this when I was needing it? Now I don't need it, and now you're giving it to me. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this? You're like looking at it like, what is this? What the fuck is this? People say therapy is a waste of money and doesn't help, but never really gave it a chance. Yeah, you have to want it in order for it to work for you. You might like the idea and the sound of it, like on paper, but you actually have to want that shit. And then you also have to be your biggest fan. Basically, when you meet a therapist where you feel like they're doubting you or challenging you in some type of way that you feel is almost personal to them, you have to be willing to say, no, fuck you, I'm gonna find a new one. Because you're not helping me. I'm not giving you my fucking money. I'm going to find someone who genuinely deserves my fucking shit, and my time, and my words, and my money. Fuck that. Fuck that. Honestly, I'm over my mom. Like I say, it's Miss Schroeder, I know your focus right now is your child, and it should be. You are completely correct on that. But that whole relationship is also going to need to be healed for you also to have healing with your daughter. And that's something that's going to come later. That's why I explained it could be in a couple months, could be a year from now, it could be 2 years from now, it could be 10. But it's going to happen where you're going to seek out that help once again. It's going to happen. It's going to need to happen in order for you to be, like I said, you trying to be a parent, and then some. You trying to be your child's friend, your child's best friend, the person they could come to whenever they need something, in any type of way, emotional way too. From my experience, I would have loved my parent to be with me instead of always elsewhere working unavailable. Yeah. Some dude told this chick I knew at the time therapy is a scam. The fuck it is. People so focused on like that idea of like, oh my god, they're gonna sit there and they're gonna diagnose you with something. They're gonna give you some pills to get over your anxieties and this and that. That's actually not a therapist. They misrepresent that so bad. A therapist isn't who gives you pills. It's a psychiatrist for one, and for two, there's no you are an adult. You are a consenting adult. So if you go in there and they offer you pills, you can say no. You can say no, or no, I'm not ready for something like that. You can say no. You can say no. You can. You can say no. I know this man moving sneaky and also being foul, saying therapy's a scam. Like, nah, yeah, you're totally right on that. That is some sneaky, weird shit. Snake-like shit. Like trying to sabotage somebody else's experience. They mad because they never got the help themselves, or they're mad because, like, at the end of the day, they think they can do it themselves. The reality is they can't. The reality is they really fucking can't. Acceptance is so relevant. Actually, my therapist felt like it was best my daughter's father wouldn't be in her life. Yeah. She gave you some good advice then. You or your daughter's life. I'm glad that Christian therapy is helping with you. We still, yeah, I can still pull cards. I can still pull cards. He said, "Let me know why my throat chakra has been going off." Listen. They say you're realizing your truth. You're realizing what you're meant to be doing with yourself in this life. You're real when you speak certain words. When you use, like I said, it's manifestation tactics. When you're saying certain things, you're speaking it into reality. That's why it's been going off. You're speaking shit into reality. You're speaking shit into reality. You just are. That's what you're doing. I told some truth April 15th. Woo. Yeah, you cracking down on people. For real. Sometimes my throat feels a little dry to fuck up. Like I'm gonna keep talking. Like there's no stopping me for it. And you gotta keep. That's the thing too. Like I get that way too. By the way, like when I feel like something rings true to somebody else, or when I'm speaking to something into reality, all the hair stands up on the back of my neck, and my throat gets dry like that. Cause it's real. It's real. It's real. You want to know what she's thinking? What you mean by that? I agree with, because no one can heal you only until you're ready and willing. Yep. Let's see what Twitter doing. Oh no, you're not interrupting anyone's reading or anything like that. We just chatting. We just talking. It's weird because I hope I said things the right way. You know, I think people just need time to. I think people just need time to process. I think people just need to time. It's just really like a lot of time to process things. So I wouldn't necessarily. I would worry more. I wouldn't worry about what she's feeling and thinking at this time because I think she's just processing. I would just worry about yourself. I think it. I think if it truly makes sense to her, then she's gonna come back and tell you. If it didn't, she might ghost you. She might ghost you. I feel that. She might ghost you. I feel like there is a 50-50 going on in her head where she might just need some time. She might ghost you. But then there's the other half of her that's saying like, man, like I know this person has my best interest at heart, but like, shit. Like, how do I respond to that? Or how do I focus on everything that she just said? I think she just needs time. She needs time. Also, you know, some people are physical learners, right? So they have to physically and mentally and emotionally go through something enough times to understand and learn. Now, with words and with kindness from others, you can learn how to deal with a situation most definitely, and you can map out in your head, like, you know, how you might deal with your situation. But that doesn't apply until you use it for a real world situation. So until you're back into that situation, until you're physically dealing with it, you won't necessarily know how to respond. So even though like you gave her complete honesty and complete clarity, she might need months. She might need weeks. She might need years to truly get that through her head. And then like oftentimes what I realize as a tarot reader, or even just as a person who's a truth teller, they'll come back to you and let you know that you was right. Once they learn to let go of the shame and the guilt and you know what's troubling them, they will come back to you. They always come back around. You was right. And of course, those are the moments that we kind of just have to allow happen on their own time. It's not something we can force. It's not something we can force. We have to sit and wait. They always come back. I shouldn't even ask because she isn't the type to break. The ice. Pray for her well-being. Yeah, most definitely. Like I said, if she really hurt you, she will go through whatever experience you were telling her about again and do it differently. Because some people will repeat the same cycle hundreds of times and never be able to get it. If she's wanting to do better for herself, she will understand it and she will get it. And she will come back and tell you you were right. Made an impact on how I think/feel. Now, I think you made an impact on how she feels. But like I said, it's a totally different story when you're actually active and in the field. It's different when you actually have to take action. It's just totally different. Some people freeze up. Some people keep going with the same shit they've been doing. And some people do the right thing for themselves and all parties involved. I just had this conversation with a friend tonight. Yeah. That song is funny as fuck. Freeze, fight or flight. Yep. It's exactly that. It's a fight or flight response. And if you're ready for it, it's just going to come out your mouth. Everyone is guilty of doing it. Everyone. Everyone is guilty of doing it. There's not one person on this earth or on this planet that I believe hasn't done that. And then also going back, once they get past that point and they're able to say it, then going back in their mind and being like, you know, contemplative, like, I wish I had said this. I wish I had said this to this person, that person. Why is it that on the 100th situation or the 100th person that it finally got through my head? Everyone has been there. Everyone has been there. Everyone has been there. I wish I had done this a different way. I wish I had said this. I wish I had totally avoided that situation because now I know. But that's the thing, that you have to focus on the now I know and now I can live the right way. And I do. And I do. I do feel like there's a lot of people that will come back from the past, and if they haven't already. And I most definitely do see someone coming through for you. I pick up on someone who's from another country. I pick up on someone who's from an island. They love different. They are different. It's nothing you ever experienced before. There's someone who don't think like an American. And I think that goes for like spiritual shit too. Like they might be a spiritual individual as well, but in a totally different way than what you would have expected. They're not your type. They're definitely like not your original type, and they're not your original type, or of what you would go for in a man. They're totally different. In fact, I feel like you guys even might get into connection. Like you guys might accidentally stumble into each other type shit. Or it's like I feel like it was all an accident. Like it wasn't even supposed to happen type situation with this man. I feel like it wasn't even supposed to happen this way, but it just happened, and it feels good that it happened. American men are just different in their own little way. Most definitely they are. I think we all just learn to love different depending on our environment, right? We all learn to love differently. And I think, I won't say that island men are more experienced or anything like that, but I would say they just have a more spiritual way of looking at things oftentimes. Spiritual relationships are very real to them. Soul relationships are very real to them. They just have a totally different way in lifestyle. A totally different way of moving too. Ass, a sassy gem. I read it as ass, but I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. You said, is he right for me? Is he right for you? Definitely, he's physically attracted to you. He loves your smile. He loves your smell. He loves the things that you do for him. Do you cook for him? I feel like you cook for him. If not, you definitely like be making him feel like he could see that lifestyle with you of maybe it's not the typical. Maybe it's not the typical background with him. Maybe it wouldn't be like the typical lifestyle, but he sees some sort of life with you for sure. Gem, a sassy gem. One thing I will say about him, a sassy gem, is he has a habit of basing his relationship or his lifestyle off of how his parents grew. He so badly wants what his parents have or what he's seen in other people's parents, if that makes sense. He wants that fairy tale romance, but that doesn't come without his work. A sassy gem. And I feel like he hasn't done the groundwork yet for understanding who you are or where you grew up, where you came from. You guys come from completely different backgrounds as far as I'm concerned. You might have some things in common, but there's he has a totally different perspective on his situation than you do with yours. So it's going to take him a lot of time to process why and how things happen to you that didn't happen to him. You might even feel like he's ignorant at times. You're like, you're super fucking naive and ignorant, but that's because of his background. I would let you know that he could be a really good man for you. He could be a very, very good person for you. A very, very good man for you. I feel that. I pick up on loyalty big with him too. Loyalty means a lot to him. He's, like I said, he's seen his family's relationship or his parents' relationship or his grandparents' relationship, and he's based a lot of what he knows about love on them because he's experienced love before. You haven't. And that's going to be for you to kind of it's going to be your job to set the pace, because he might ask a lot of things out of you that you've never done before. And now if you're open to doing them, that's wonderful. That's great. But if you still feel uncomfortable or anxious about doing them, then you'll also need to explain why. You'll need to explain why it's so uncomfortable for you, why it's still a sensitive spot for you, why it's so difficult for you. And you might have to explain it a couple of times. I would say, like I say, the ignorance is real with him. He's like, but why won't you accept my advance? Why won't you do this? You're gonna have to solidify and create boundaries. Like I said, we've been talking about that shit all night, or for 2 nights in a row now. But you're gonna have to let him know what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with. You're for sure do's and you're for sure don'ts. Okay? He could be a really good man for you, though. I feel that. I feel that with my heart, my whole heart. I'm telling you, he could be a really good person for you. You're like, well, what if I fuck it up? What if I do this? No, you won't. You can already start to feel the love a little bit. You start to feel, you're like, oh shit, I'm in deep. You're like, oh shit. I've been waiting through shitty men my whole life, and then I find this one. Like, what if I fuck it up? What if I sabotage? This is a totally different person from what you've ever dealt with or ever had to deal with. So I want you, even in your own life, in your own family, in your own situation. So I want you to be open to the experience. Don't shut him down because he's different. Don't shut him down because he might not fully understand instantly. He will try his best to understand. He will try his best, and he will be your biggest fan. He'll be your biggest fan. He will be. He don't have that. You know, I know you've been in tons of situations, but he don't have that streak in him at all. Not at all. Whatever streak you might be looking for, even the signs and symptoms, you're like, where's the issues? Okay, it's all too good to be true. You're like, oh fuck, oh shit. No. Through him, I feel like you're gonna recognize a lot of your own worth as well. But then you're also gonna have to do the groundwork for yourself to trust and believe in him. He's gonna give you a lot. So he's gonna give you the support and the love, the verbal affirmation. You struggle with giving him the same return, because you're still shy on that. You're still scared on that. You're scared on hyping up a man verbally because you feel like it's gonna make it real for you in your feelings and in your head. It's gonna now like settle in, and you're gonna start realizing, oh shit, oh crap, like oh fuck. Like no, like you're gonna have to give him the same type of respect, same response. Give what he gives to you. You know that's enough. I'm telling you that is enough for him. Give the same type of verbal affirmation and love that he gives to you. And talk to him most definitely about the things that you're still scared on too. Scared about his commitment level. Scared about y'all differences. Talk about what you're scared of too, and he'll only reassure you. I feel that very strongly with him. I can tell you in love with him. He's in love with you too. You're like, how can somebody love someone like me? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Man, I got so much shit going on in my head. Or I got so much shit that I've been through. Like, how the fuck does he see a diamond? You know, how does he see a diamond when I feel like a rock? Now, you a whole diamond, girl. Believe that. He wouldn't choose someone he wasn't completely confident on loving, or the ability to love and create something with. You know what I mean? He wouldn't choose that. He wouldn't do that to himself. Have some confidence in him. Scared to get my heart broken. That's understandable. I don't see that he's a cheater. He's not a liar. I don't see him taking advantage of you. I don't see none of that. What's a bad? Let me see. Let me even look through. What's a bad thing we can say about him? The worst thing you could say about him, and this is something that might stress you out initially, and I want, like I said, you need to communicate that you need, in order for you to give yourself away physically, a sassy Jim, you need to be able to tell him as well that there's going to be times where you're going to be too tired. You're going to be too stressed out for sex. Okay? You're going to be too tired. You have a lot like I said, you got a lot going on. You got a lot of people to take care of in your life. There's going to be times where you're going to be too tired for sex. And he's so in love with you, he's so attracted to you, he's so obsessed with you that he can't like peel that from his mind. But it's okay to snap him back into reality and be like, baby, not tonight. We can make plans for it. Like let's go on a little vacation. Let's make a plan for it. You know what I mean? You gotta earn that right. You gotta earn that physical right. You gotta earn this pussy. That shit. You gotta earn it. You know, and he loves that chase. He's not afraid of the chase. But most definitely communicate to him your issues with sex too. Because like I said, the worst thing about him is that he is a sexual person. He's a physical being. And you've learned to flinch away from that. And just let him know that you're learning. You're learning new skills. You're just learning. You're trying to learn. And you're trying to edge into the idea of really trusting and believing in him. And until you fully do, You know, sex might be something you have to like kind of stretch out and enjoy. You have to enjoy it. Enjoy the physical connection. Enjoy the little things, the little intimacy pieces, like the holding of the hands. You know, rubbing the back. Not blowing the back out maybe tonight, but let's do the little rub of the hands and rub of the feet type situation, and we'll see where things go. Don't be afraid to ask for shit because you feel like he's too good of a guy. Enjoy the little intimate bits. I pick up a lot on like gangster with a heart energy with you, a sassy Jim. That's you I'm talking about. You gangster with a heart. It's Tupac energy. A gangster with a heart. No breaking backs or spinal cords. If you need him to take things slow in that quarter, just let him know that. No, that is a rarity indeed, though. You know, a lot of people come in, and of course, like a lot of the time, we're basing our readings off of like romance and love and that sort of thing, and we're basing it on like how bad a person is. But when someone's truly good to you, though, it's a rarity indeed. Since you mentioned Tupac, you see you a secret little conspiracy theorist, Mills. You a little secret conspiracy. I'm not about to get into it. I'm just saying, he's alive in his words. He's alive in his music, but he's dead in a physical way. Most definitely, he is dead. Read energy for me. What's Mel's intention for me? My name is Alyssa. Hey, Alyssa, welcome. Let's see. What's the intentions with you? What is Mel's intentions with you? Okay, you know, I can see it. I can see it. You're like, why is this person being so vulnerable with me and trying to get close and trying to get too comfortable, and you know, they're trying to Mel's is trying to kick their feet up, like, get the fuck away from me. It's making you scared. I saw you get all shy about it too. You're like, oh shit. I can see you looking at him like, the fuck is going on? Like, wait a minute. You're like, wait a minute. Whoa. Like, slow your fucking roll, sir. Get out my face. Get out my face with that. Okay. So this is the thing. I feel like you really like Mel. There's certain things about him that you already don't like, and there's certain things about him that you do like. I feel like you really, really like how forthcoming he is and how direct and honest he is, but you also can't help but to feel like there's some things that he's hiding, which I do believe that you're right on. I do believe behind like the bravado and the honesty and the loudness that there is a part of him that's like way more realistic and involved in like emotional and hurting and You know, I do feel like he's dealing with maybe the side effects of an ex or a past relationship. He's kind of still dealing with the side effects today. He's still dealing with the pain and the hurt from like being rejected. I could feel that very strongly. He's still dealing with hurt. Mel is still dealing with hurt of the past. So, you know, you're right to assume that he is not ready for a serious connection or a serious relationship. Okay, you're definitely right on that. I want you to trust your intuition on that because you right. He wants to fuck you. Oh my god, I'm gonna make this plain and simple for you. He wants to fuck you, but not fuck with you. He wants to fuck you, but not fuck with you. You know, like he doesn't want to. He wants to like cut through the bullshit and like just fuck. And I feel like even by bringing up maybe his more like fun side, he's even showing you that. Like where he's not really taking the shit too seriously. He's not taking it seriously. You know what I mean? As seriously as he should when he's approaching Miss Alyssa. For real. Like, you're approaching me with all that bullshit. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I must say, like, he really thinks that you guys have some chemistry, but as friends. And I do think that he's trying to wiggle his way into the cooch. You know, he's definitely trying hard for that. He's the type of person that will almost, oh my god, that's annoying as shit. I'm sorry. That's annoying as fuck. He's the type of person who will talk to you or talk so much that he will exhaust you the fuck out. He'll make you so tired and you'll just be sitting there like giggly, like hee 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 hee, like laughing to whatever he's saying. He's the type of person that keeps talking until like you don't even know what the fuck to say anymore. You're like, oh my, like, oh god, man, like this man is exhausting me. He's young. He's young in his mind. He's young enough in his mind to where he's trying to like earn some brownie points with you by acting like the good guy. When he's, like I said, he's struggling with past rejection. He's still struggling with the idea of his ex. He's still fighting that. You know, he's still stuck there. So Alyssa, don't fuck with it. Unless you just looking for a fuck buddy, don't fuck with it. Don't try to add towards a relationship who doesn't want it. Cause he's also, I will say this, Alyssa, you could definitely convince Mel to get in a relationship with you. But it would not be something that he would want. He's open to the suggestion because you're opening your legs. He's open to the suggestion because y'all get along as friends. He's not open to the suggestion because he loves you. I want to make that clear. He's not open to a relationship with you because he's in love with you. He's open to the relationship because he knows at the end of the day, y'all get along. But the terms of a relationship, the commitment part of a relationship, that is what scares him. And that's exactly what would cause y'all's good friendship or y'all's connection to fall flat. Because he's not ready for it. And you know, nothing could prepare you for the fight that you would have to do in order to make him, you know, take a relationship seriously right now. And you shouldn't have to. I'm saying you shouldn't have to fight. You shouldn't have to. That's not something you should have to do. Okay? Not at all. Not at all. Hopefully that got through to you. I'm going to tell you the truth and nothing but. Yeah, some people do really have to focus on their healing, but they don't want to. They just want to forget it and leave it in the past. But like, it's easy to say you want to do something, you want to leave it in the past, you want to let that shit go, but the feelings are so fresh still. Even if it's something that happened many years ago, You're still not over the things that someone has said or done to you. You're still not over it because you refuse to grieve it. You refuse to learn the lesson. So no wonder he's scaring you, Alyssa. No wonder. No wonder. Yeah, easier said than done. You know, I get it. You know, that's a phase that we all go through, really. And like that's just if we were more honest with ourselves, we would already know that it's going to be a process to heal and to help yourself. We would already know that if we truly like listen to ourselves for once, right? Then we would already know we had work to do. But some people think by just hopping on, moving on to the next one, and moving on to the next one, that it could help you. That person, that woman, or that man could help them. Help them get through the grief. Help them get through the rage. Help them get through the cheating, the lying, all that. They think by meeting that one right person, or that person they get along with, that they can, you know, fight all those insecurities. But that's just not true. That's not true. Hey, ready? It's out of that moment when I'm not feeling the best, and I was like, no, sit with your feelings, acknowledge what's going on with your heart, and just breathe. You doing it all right there, Mills. You doing everything right there. That's exactly what you have to do. Hopefully she got my message and YouTube ain't acting up and like, you know, doing the loading shit, or where it's making you go through, you know, everyone else's shit. It starts you from the beginning of the reading or the beginning of the live stream. You said, is it shade if I said it concerns me if some lack discernment because I want to be around people who do? No. That's not shady. That's not shady at all. No, you just want to be around people who are like you, who are like-minded. There's nothing wrong with wanting that. There's nothing wrong with wanting people who like recognize the shit that you recognize, who have the same outlook, you know, or similar outlook, maybe a different opinion. Even it's also pretty normal to want a friend or even a partner that's like that, who makes you think a little bit, who helps you think even. Helps you formulate full thoughts. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not shady at all. It's actually pretty normal once you get into that state of mind too, to be picky and choosy about who you want to be around. Kieran the Sag, will you reunite together? We had a huge fight because I felt he's unsure about me. Like he was saying he wants commitment, but I felt like he wasn't being honest. Let's see. Will you reunite? Yes, you will. You will reunite. Okay, you will. And let me tell you a little bit more on the situation before you go. Let me tell you a little bit more about the situation and whether you're right, whether he's unsure or not. Is he unsure? Okay. Okay, ready? So I feel like there's something where he's way too cool about it, right? It's like a relationship to you is a really big deal. Commitment to you is an extremely big deal. And it's personal to you. It's extremely personal to you. So the fact that he might be saying things where it sounds like he's taking it lightly, or like he might not be fully like getting his thoughts that thought process through his head, like commitment through his head, it does scare you. And I can understand why you would argue about something that serious, and also argue about financial stability too. Because there could be something to do with financial stability that's been egging you or creating like some doubt as well. It's like, you know, do you just want me for this? Do you want me for that? Like, what is it you want me for? You know, I feel like those are all valid questions, and someone should be ready to answer you. They should be ready to answer that instantly, right? So, if I'll be real, I don't think you know him. I don't think you know him. And that is the problem you keep running into with a lot of these people that you try to choose. I don't think you know him as well as you feel him. You know, you might feel his dick or shit, but you don't know him. And that is where the fears begin. He hasn't let you close enough for you to really truly know him. And you don't want to get into a relationship where you feel like, I don't even know who the fuck I'm looking. Like, I know like what he shows me. I only know what he shows me. And he shows me, you know, he's a cool dude. You know, he's a decent dude. He's funny. You know, he's silly sometimes. And he's this way, he's that way. You know, he's quiet, you know. He has his reservations. He's got like really cool hobbies, you know, that sort of thing. But you don't know him. And that terrifies you. And I will let you know that there is nothing wrong with taking it step by step, day by day, and really truly like understanding somebody before you hop in. That's how it always should be. So the fact that he kind of like was arguing, to me that don't make no sense. Because if he was going to like, if he had like a counter, like if he had basically like given you the validation needed to proceed into a relationship, he wouldn't have argued with you in the first place. He wouldn't have even argued. Like, that's how I feel about it. If he truly knew what a relationship was about, he would have compromised. He wouldn't have argued with you. He would have agreed with you. He would have had that conversation with you, lay back and chill. And there's something that pops up for me that I feel like also rings true. I don't want to just label anyone a narcissist, okay? Because I sometimes I feel like that's a really, really overused word now, because narcissist can mean so many things. It can mean a covert narcissist. It could mean a narcissist who hates themselves. It could mean a narcissist who hates everybody else. It could be a narcissist. At the end of the day, the simple terms of a narcissist is everything for every man for himself. Every man for himself. It's that. That's what a narcissist is. Like, if we get down to basic terms, every man for himself. I care about me and mine, and that's it. That's all. That's it. That's just that simple. I care about me and mine, and that's it. He's in the wrong for saying that, though. Yeah, he is, most definitely. A relationship is all about compromise. When your partner comes to you with issues, or that, you know, they come for you for security, when they come to you for comfort, your instant response shouldn't be to battle or to fight. It should be to comfort your partner, to make your partner feel secure. Now, sometimes there is nothing you can do about someone else's insecurities, because their insecurities will overtake the fucking relationship. But what you were doing here already was not something that was all blown out of fucking proportion or crazy. Like, you're not a crazy woman, a crazy person for wanting security. You weren't asking for much. And that just shows where he's at mentally and emotionally. He's all about him, all about himself, all about how he can benefit from certain situations. He's not the one for you, dog. He's not. He's not the one for you. I will say it plain and simple. He is a narcissist. He is extremely self-centered. And like I said, I don't say that about everyone. That's not something I bring up lightly. It is a very serious issue that we have in society. And more people are narcissists than what we know. And this person, this man is a narcissist. Plain and simple. And now let me take you back a little bit, because I feel like this is, like I said, it's a repetitive thing for you. It's a repetitive thing for you. You keep dealing with that same type of man or that same type of issue within relationships. All your relationships. This is not just a man thing. It's not just a romance thing. Of people who take advantage of you. And that's why the fear sets in. What you just did, that was an automatic, like, you have set basically like automatic boundaries. Where now, instead of just accepting a man who's all about him, you're now countering, and that's new for you. So I want you to keep that in mind. I want you to congratulate yourself on that, first of all, for defending your place, because that's most definitely what needed to happen. It needed to happen. You needed to see it for yourself, how immature this man is. You needed to see it. But this will also save you in the future of the headaches that you will have dealing with this type. This is maybe not your first, rodeo of like having to shut down a narcissist, but I also do feel like this is something that will get easier and easier with time. It will bring you a lot of better qualities within a man. Okay, you will see an upgrade. It's a slow climb, but you will see an upgrade. You will be able to see these differences without even talking to him. Honestly, you will be able to see that he's a narcissist. You'll be able to hear it the first fucking date. You'll be able to hear that and feel that shit. Even if you're not someone who physically goes out on dates, you'll be able to see it in the texts, how self-centered they are. So keep being that. Just like what you just did, I want you to keep doing that. And I don't want you to take this man back. And obviously that's all up to you. It's in your hands. But I don't think you should take this man back into your arms open wide and be like that. If anything, I think you should explain to him that his response is exactly what you were afraid of. Him being self-centered, him not listening to you, him not hearing you truly as a person or as a partner. You can't fight like that when you're in a relationship. You can't blow up and blow. You can't do that. You can't walk away when you're in a relationship. You have to compromise. You have to talk and speak and communicate. Yelling is not talking. Insulting someone is not talking. Calling someone insecure is not talking. Compromise is all about I feels. Well, I feel that you are not ready. I feel. It's all about how you feel, and then the other person brings up how they feel, and y'all either can make it together or you don't. You either can compromise or you don't, and you keep it fucking pushing. Yeah, Mills is correct. Mills is correct. A 20-year age difference. That's interesting. What does, depending on, like, what does of course, already. Of course. Subscribe for more. Like I said, subscribe for more. But Tropodopoulos, what do they have in common? That's my question. In a 20-year age difference, what do they have in common? Speak on that. Tell me what they have in common. Because I know that there's some older folks who are extremely immature. He's 27, I'm 47. I know some older folks that are extremely immature. 27 and 47. Let me, I'm gonna bring up a couple cards for you, and I'll let you know what the issue is. But I do feel there's an issue with that, and I don't feel like it's on your end. It's on both y'all. Actually, quite a bit. Here's the thing, though, love. Here's the thing, Tripodopolis. Here's the thing. That's fun to say, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. But that's a good name that you picked. It's fun to say. Let me say something to you. You're 47 in a place where you are secure in yourself. You are secure in yourself. You feel secure in yourself. Of course, you have your faults, you have your issues, but you deal with them head on, alone, by yourself. He makes your life feel lighter, right? That's a lot of it. He makes your life feel lighter. He makes that weight on your shoulders just feel a little bit less, right? He makes you feel heard in ways you've never been heard before, but it's different. I want to explain this to you because like it's fresh. When you get with somebody younger, it feels fresh. It always feels that way though. The energy feels different, right, than dealing with somebody your own age. Or you don't even have to. That's the thing. In love, you don't have to deal with someone your own age. It's just where the mind meets, right? It's where the mind meets. And he's still immature. Tripodopolis. Well, he actually acts pretty mature for his age, he's for his age. He might be a 27-year-old fucking Einstein. But that doesn't put him past the emotional issues, the anger issues. The anger issues. You could have a lot in common with a nigga. Y'all could be like two fucking peas in a pod, but the moment that y'all have an argument or disagreement and it gets blown up in a way that, like I said, I see this 27-year-old blowing the fuck up, it's an issue, babe. Everything that you thought you knew goes right down the fucking drain. Everything you thought you knew, in the toilet. Okay? Emotional immaturity. Emotional immaturity. We've known each other for a long time. He's my ex's cousin. Like I said, doesn't matter how long you know a person. To know someone as a partner, to know someone as in a relationship is totally different than knowing someone as a friend. With a friend, you should have boundaries. With a friend, you have boundaries. You have boundaries. Which makes him my children's cousin. See, we're not gonna do this. I'm a boot you, baby. I'm a boot you. Because we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do the weirdo shit. Immaturity. That's why the moment that you said something like that, I was like, 47, or not even 47. The older person in the situation should also have some sort of maturity. The older person should also have some source of maturity. If you don't know this by now, lady, no, Mills, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Hey, Malibu, what's going on? I've been waiting for you to catch up. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Trust me. Like I said, it's just people. Like I said, you ask me something and then you try to defend it, and then you get into the weird shit. Like I said, the uncomfy shit. Knowing that what you're, and you ask the question because you're knowing basically what you're doing wrong in the situation. You know what's wrong. There's a lot of wrongs there. So there's a lot of wrongs there. But I'll let her figure that shit out by herself, for herself. As we said, some people are just physical learners. Name is a bitch. Nigga believe. Yeah, Malibu. Go ahead. Thank you for asking, by the way. A lot of people don't ask, they just do. About work in June. What do you want to know? Is there something in particular, or you just want me to look at it? Change the weather. Change the weather. My bitch had a bitch. So fucking together. I fucking together. I got you. New director. The whole time. I have patience. See, I have the time to be patient with it. Mills. Even when people come in and act goofy, I have the time and the patience for it. I don't really mind because I know it's worth it to get the message out there regardless. So even when people try to like challenge, like they're challenging the beliefs and shit like that, like to me they're not challenging any type of shit. Like I already know what I'm talking about. I already know what the fuck I'm talking about. Let's see. What deck should I do for you? I feel like we gotta do something different from Miss Malibu. Miss Malibu. We'll do this one. Got it. Okay. How is work gonna be in June? I feel like in June you're gonna be debating on whether shit is worth it. If not, you're already fucking debating this shit. If I could put a GIF on here, I wish they would make that on YouTube. I wish they could do that. They need to change something about the chats because it's pissing me off that people have to be limited in any type of way. Okay, Knight of Cups in the upright, Queen of Staves in the reverse. You don't really care if they're liked by your peers. So to me, it's looking like in June you're able to ignore pretty much everybody and everything, and just get your job done. I don't see it being any more than what you've already dealt with within the workspace. And I also feel like the director is going to be more or less like a lazy individual, or possibly not even like a hard worker. They're just someone like, okay, get the job done, and it is what it is. Very relaxed and laid back compared to, like, I think, the last director. There's a lot of relaxation here where I even feel like, you know, that might, in certain situations, that could also jeopardize. That could also jeopardize. You know what I mean? That could jeopardize people's jobs. Because if you allow people to do whatever the fuck they want to do, you're not really being a director. You're not really being a fucking director. You know, they don't have. I feel like this, whoever this director is, they don't have the fight in them. Does that make sense? They just don't have the fight in them. You wonder what deck I'm using? I'm using, where did I put that case? The Chinese tarot deck. The Chinese tarot deck. Beautiful deck. Sign. But I also feel like this is going to leave more room for you to kind of be yourself. You're already stressed out about it, which I can see, but like I do feel like there's going to be a lot more room if it's going to be a relaxed environment, you know, like that, you know what I mean? There's a lot more relaxation. A lot more relaxation in June. The Hermit. Oh man, but picking up where people don't do their job is so exhausting. It's so tiresome. I feel like people are going to be making a lot of mistakes in June. You're going to be very fed up with that part. You're going to be making a lot of mistakes that you have to correct in some type of way. And that's going to piss you the fuck off. Like, someone has to be the fucking boss here, right? Okay, tell me what's happening in June with work. You doing that now? Okay, well, it's just going to continue throughout June then. It's going to continue. But like I said, I think when the new director pops through, it's going to be a lot more relaxed work environment. I see that at least can put you somewhat at ease. Somewhat. Not getting paid for it. Yeah, and that's where you kind of got to put it on the line, girl. That's where you're going to have to put it on the line. It's a new director, so maybe they got a new mindset when it comes to asking for that motherfucking raise. Like, as long as you do your job, then I'll get you the right one. Or as long as you do the job, I'll get you your paycheck. You know what I mean? And if that's the case, you might have to fight a little bit. You might have to fight for it a little bit. I do feel like there's a lot of compromising you're going to have to do in work, too. Like, what does compromisation mean in that term? Let's see. What are they talking about compromise here? 3 of Staves in the upright. Huh. They might ask you to compromise, or the director might ask you to, like, stop doing the extra work and just allow things to fall flat so that the director can come in and put a new team in. Does that make sense? Like, the director might be like, okay, what I want you to do, right? This is the right way to go about this. Stop doing their work. I want to see the truth. I want to see what they really are. I want to see what they really are. I'm going to see it. Okay? I'm going to foresee it. Let me deal with those people and you keep doing your job type situation. You understand what I mean? So with staying here, you would experience like an all new staffing situation where I feel like a lot of things are going to change in that quarter of things. But like I said, I pick up on the director being very laid back and chill compared to the last one. I feel like even though this person might play laid back and chill, they shock people with their passive aggressiveness. So it's the type of person to like smile in your face and argue with you. Smile in your face, and then when someone tries to argue, just be like, "Oh, you're fired." You're fired. Oh, you're gone. Okay, you're replaceable. So you know what I mean? Like, oh, you know, we don't got the time. Or like the type of person to like look at their watch or look at the clock as work is ending type situation. Like, oh, I got somewhere to be. Gotta go on lunch with my daughter or some shit. I gotta go on lunch with this. I gotta go do this. I gotta do that. Like, oh, you're gone. Oh, you want to talk about this and talk about that and bitch and moan and complain. Oh, look at the time. Looks like you're fired. The time is you're fired. So, yeah, they've been doing this for a long time. I could see them wanting to retire too. Your new director already wants to fucking retire and wants to be out, gone. Like, cut me my check and I'm gone. So, do you want me to also look at maybe like the advantages of if you left for something different or from something else? Did you want me to look at that as well? Or maybe something else that might be around for June? Okay. So let's see. If you decided that you wanted something different. Let's see. I also pick up things on like very quiet work environments will be great for you. I don't know how the new director and I will work together because we're in a closed environment most of the time of year. You sure? I see. Let me see. I don't think y'all would work bad together. Like I said, this person is a very no-nonsense type of individual. They're not angry or aggressive or like a fighter or anything like that. But they dismantle the situation by very simply saying you're fired. Or by, just being like, okay, you deal with it. It is what it is. Deal with it. If you decided that you wanted something new, I do see that you would have to wait a little bit for something of like your same pay to open up. So let me tell you this situation. It might set you back at first because you might have to kind of start over again with a paycheck type situation where they would pull you would be working for a certain wage that you've also previously gotten before. It's lower wage, but I feel like you would also level up like quite quickly or quite fast once they learn or know your type. Once they know your experience, once they learn about your experience, once they learn how reliable you are, basically. Yeah, it's about reliability. So if you were deciding, I want to move on, I want to find a different place in a different setting. I do also, they talk about if you it be close to water. I don't know what the significance of that is, or maybe even city. I don't know what the significance of that is. Definitely be more of like a situation where y'all would get a lot more business and a lot more engagement. So I don't know if it's closer to, like, they say closer to water or closer to a city. A lot more people coming in. I don't know if that's something that at this point in time in June that you'd be willing to take, though, because that you already kind of, I think, in a way have gotten lucky just a tad with not having to deal with as much like drama. I love water. Then okay, let me not down it. Then let me plead the case for you to being into like this more managerial position. Let me play the case for you real quick. If you decided to go to this new situation in this new job, I feel like you would make friends. Just like I feel like you've made kind of enemies with certain people here, I feel like you would make friends. Like genuine ones. I mean, genuine people who actually give a fuck about you, whether you live or breathe or die. I feel like you would make friends, like girlfriends. Okay? I do feel that with the new job. So that would be like maybe a bigger benefit. And you would also get your paycheck on time. You know, the little things. You'd also get your paycheck on time. They also talk about paid leave or paid vacation, that sort of thing. Get your paycheck on time. What a wonderful world this is. Different environment with men as well. I do feel like there is like some sort of a system here where you would be working with men as well. I feel like there would be men that were interested in you. Now that wouldn't be like the worth it thing to me as like the selling point for a new job or this new situation. But like I said, I do feel like it's either near the water or in the city. It's near a lot more people because they could be talking about near the water, meaning near the crowd, like near a whole different subtype of person or individual coming in the doors every single day, washing you, you know. I do also think you would get a better like interactions. Like it would be a lot more fun because you feel like you can be yourself at that job versus having to like shut up and be quiet, zip the lips type of shit. And I do feel like there's a lot of respect that comes with this type of job too. Say I feel that you in a more managerial position, but you would have to kind of start from the bottom and work your way to the top. I don't feel like it would be any less than what you got paid in the beginning of the job you're working now. Okay. Miami Beach looks beautiful in pics from afar. Speaking of water, you said Maryland or Tampa. Okay. Okay. More near the water in the city. You'd make friends. You would. You'd have people who recognize you and you put a fucking smile on their face and they put a smile on yours type situation. You wouldn't be in a closed casket. Like feel like you right now you in a fucking closed casket. I'm doing that now. Okay, so it wouldn't really be any different than what you're doing now, minus the fact that you would actually have a workplace where you enjoy the people. You would actually enjoy the people you work with in the environment, versus having to argue with them and do their work for them. You say I'm a Miami Beach guy. I gotta go visit. Have you ever visited before? I love that. If there's something you're comfortable with, I think most definitely you should go for it. I feel like I'm in the dungeon of doom. Yeah, for me it feels like a closed casket funeral and shit. Like, god damn. People bring the nastiest fucking shit into work too. People bring the nastiest shit. The most annoying, like, trivial shit. Would it be a transfer or a completely different job? I'm going to say, let's see, is it a transfer? Yeah, be a transfer. I don't think it's, okay, so even if it wasn't a transfer, it wouldn't be anything different than what you're comfortable with doing. If that's what you're curious about. It wouldn't be different than what you're already doing. It's just a totally different subtype of human beings. You're not dealing with that same environment that you're in right now. It's totally different. There wouldn't be like a fucking, you don't have to worry about like a fucking bullet blockade and shit up in the workspace where y'all closed in a fucking white painted cell practically together, having to listen to each other breathe, talk, eat shit, stink, rustle around in the paperwork. You're born and raised Miami. Okay. We have a lot of Miami civilians that watch my channel. I say Miami civilian. Y'all your own some type of people for real. I'm curious if I would stay within the company and just transfer. Like I said, I know for a fact it would be good for you in a means of actually being able to communicate, like, and be heard, and for people to really listen to you and also respect you and respect your time. I live here and haven't been to the beach in so long. The catch is, depending on the weather, there's a shark season. I'm good off them sharks trying me in any way. I apologize in advance. Sharks. I'm actually moving down to Florida, so I'll be like 8 hours out of Miami, but still, because I'll be in Jacksonville. But Jesus, y'all right now in hurricane season. Hurricane season. Which we get caught like maybe the ass end usually in the hurricane, so we get like wind and rain and shit. But we don't get no fucking hurricane like tornado. When they're hungry, they're hungry. Yeah, they looking, they seeking. They try to take a big bite out of a fucking Brazilian butt lift. I've been yearning for a move. That's most definitely Malibu. I feel like as long as you get the comfortable environment that you're looking for, especially right now with what you're dealing with and the physical, whew, like that would be so much weight off your back. You wouldn't have to argue with nobody. You wouldn't have to sit there and fucking contemplate people with playing people's deaths and shit. You can just be chill. You can just be you. Relax. Laid back. See, my brother was living in New Jersey. New Jersey is a shit hook. New York is a shit hook, but New Jersey is most definitely a shit hook. Jersey City, I think, is one of the cleanest cities that I've ever seen. They're definitely cleaner than any New York cities that we have going on here, like Rochester. God damn, dude, that shit is fucked up. Syracuse, Jesus. Whew. In New York City? Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Excited to see how, but I'm excited for you too, Malibu. I think that this is like all new beginning for you. I think like most of all, what you got to keep in mind is that you're in full control. You know, you weren't in control, you know, a couple months ago, but that's just because medical necessities happen. Like shit happened, you know, and shit that you couldn't control, which is the worst feeling in the world for an Earth sign. I will put that out there. But now that you can feel yourself improving and things are getting better and you're getting better and better news, it's so worth it to try something new. You need the new. You really do need the new environment. It would change so much about like that weight that you feel every time you walk in there. You're like, oh my God, I hate these people. You wouldn't have to feel like that no more. He said, and I've been single for so long, ain't nothing wrong with some new man and flirt. Exactly. Like I said, if anything, like I said it wasn't necessarily a selling point, but you would be around all new people. All new people. All new people. Hey, Samia. Or Samaya. Which pronunciation is it? You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I used to think some of New York folks could come off a little rude, but that's a stereotype. We blunt. And that could also be read as rudeness because we will say what we see and we will say what's on our mind. It doesn't matter really. The repercussions happen afterwards. So I could see how New York people are a little rude. They are, because they get into other people's business, and they shouldn't be speaking on really anything because they know what they got going on back home. Let's be real. The stereotype of Floridian. I'm gonna be real. So when I've been down in Florida, I think they're kind. I think they're actually kind. And honestly, I think a lot of Southern folks tend to mind their fucking business. Now, that's unless you are me, who walks up in there, the most New York motherfucker up in there, and I somehow end up drawing in attention to myself, even though I'm not trying to. I be talking to myself and people be responding to me and shit. I'm talking to myself about getting some A1 sauce from aisle 8, and these motherfuckers be talking to me like, oh my God, you love A1 sauce too? Oh my God, like, you're so cool, you're so chill, you do it this way, you that way. It's like, oh my God, you're from New York? Oh, so how is it up there? You know, I want to go visit. I want to do this. I want to do that. Or, oh my God, like you, like, I'm like, oh my God, dude. No, Floridians give the dirty looks for sure. Oh, Floridians give the dirty looks, but they tend to mind their business. Tend. That's not that doesn't go for everyone. I'm like, can we shut the fuck up about it? Like, I came here for some A1 sauce. I did not come here to talk about nothing but A1 sauce, baby. I was just trying to buy my A1 sauce and get the fuck up out of here. Y'all be talking at me and to me and oh my god, like your style is so cool. Your fashion, where'd you get this? Where'd you get that? Physically touching you and shit. Oh my god, dude. Like, get away from me. You too friendly. I don't like that shit. In New York, we know to mind our space and mind our business. Key West is alright. Them mosquitoes will wear you the fuck down just in case you try to visit. Hold up. Malibu, I'm gonna get you on that. 1 second. Oh, I see. That's right next to the naval base. Yeah, I see where that is. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, that's far out from where my mom lives and where I'm planning on living. God damn. Florida built different. The mosquitoes will not let you live your best life outside. Oh, I know. Y'all mosquitoes are gigantic. They got like a fucking hit of gigantism or like elephantitis for the mosquitoes and shit. Them bitches is big. I actually never get bit by mosquitoes. They hate me for whatever reason. And maybe too much cologne. Because low key, I'm not even going to lie to you. I be wearing so much cologne. I think that like I think that like bugs are scared of me or like animals are scared of me out in Florida. Because like I sweat cologne. You know what I mean? I don't sweat normal. I don't sweat and stink. I hate that, in fact. And I know that's a normal part of living in somewhere that's like warm. But I hate that shit. And also, I hate smelling other people. So, like, if I want to smell myself and smell my own cologne, I want to be able to do that shit. I don't want to smell someone's ass stink. People keep telling me to stay away from Florida, but there's something about it. It's magical. It's the fastest growing state in the country right now, as we're speaking. I went down there. For almost a month, or I was down there for a month, and I will tell you, I've been down there before though. I've been down there, I would say if I was to round it up, probably about 5 months, 4 or 5 months. And I'm telling you, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like that where the housing is like fucking plentiful. Like there's houses everywhere, or like there's any type of housing situation you could ever want there. People are buying that shit up though fast, so you gotta look for it now. Well, it's hot. The biggest thing that I would say is maybe an issue for some folks is of course the heat. The heat is different. It's built different. Yeah, no, at 120 fucking degrees, you're sitting there like, you know, I wish I had a fucking ice box I can run into. But that's why we got AC. Come on now. Come on now. All right, Malibu, you said, let me do one more for you. You said, what's going on with child support and this disability? I feel like they're giving me the runaround. They are. You're right. They are giving you the runaround. We kind of had a conversation with someone earlier who was struggling a little bit with child support as well. And this is the problem, right? When you take it to the court system, the reason why it takes them so long is because they're dealing with so many similar cases. And when they fuck up, it's your fault. And you have to refile and re-put all of your paperwork in. When they fuck up on your shit or forget your shit or don't review your case or your process, it's your fault. It ends up your fault and you have to redo it. Right? That's a pain in the fucking dick. I'm gonna say it is gonna get solved. Okay, I do see it getting solved. It's taking so much fucking time and patience, though. You know, I can see your patience wearing thin. This is like, why? How do we solve this situation without me going into a full-blown fucking rage of the phone on these motherfuckers and tearing them the fuck up. 8 years though, this is where you need that attorney. This is where you need that lawyer. This is where you need that lawyer, baby. It should not take you 8 years. That's nuts and crazy. Now, if he's responding to the cases and trying to make it harder for you, that's the only time we really see that type of situation where child support ends up being an issue. Is when the person that you're trying to file on is a fucking prickhead and they try to stop you in every single type of way. Pleading their case. But if you have the right lawyer, you can push that shit. The disability is just going to take time, though. Disability is going to take time. That I can see actually following through for you. Look, Ace of Cups. That shit just came out. I wasn't even looking for that shit. I was just looking for an answer. There it is. Ace of Cups is coming to you. Disability is coming to you. That's something that's for sure. But the child support situation, that's going to need new eyes. He keeps running. Of course he does. That child support situation will need new eyes. It's going to need an attorney, babe. It's going to need some legal representatives. You know, in the most, you would be waiting another year or two. We just had an attorney in here, actually. And she was describing to Miss Charita, in her situation, that it can take up to a year. So it would at least take another year or two to get it solved. But with an attorney, you can get it done faster. I feel like these people aren't helpful when it comes to getting approved to disability. They aren't. Because they don't give a fuck about whether you're disabled or not. They don't give a shit about you. They don't care. Like, you could have all the fucking proof in the world. It just shows that you're struggling and that you have physical needs that need to be met, and you don't have the finances to take care of those physical needs or those appointments, and you you could be deep in debt because of your physical ailments. They don't give a fuck. My uncle was selling his food stamps. You know how ghetto that was. They got him very strict. Yeah, no, I knew a lot of people who was selling food stamps, collecting their bag up. They were selling their car right in front of a fucking Walmart. Yeah, Malibu, that's not fair to you at all. I think you just need new legal eyes on it. It's time to reset the case. And at least you would know with legal representatives, they would keep the pressure on every time you fucking call. So you don't have to make those calls personally yourself. Adult time and physical connection. I'm picky of who I give myself to. Understandable. If you looking for some fun, remember, fun and in love, they can cohesively be together. It's just harder to find that type of relationship. It's not. I will be real with you with Malibu. It's not an age thing. It's you look for quality within people. You just do. Of course, you would be picky. Like, anyone with a fucking brain or a mind would be picky about what type of drama they're getting themselves into when they're fucking somebody. There's nothing wrong with being picky. In fact, I feel like that's the better route. But it's just harder to find somebody, obviously, there. Nothing to do with age or anything like that. Let's see. What's your next situationship coming up with all of that? I see you getting your bag up, your money up. Work becomes easier for you. Okay, I'm going to say you have it. How long has it been since you've been on a date? How long has it been since you've been on a date, though? For real. Like a real one. An actual one. A genuine one. It's not just, oh, we go out for a couple drinks, we laugh and giggle and... No. I'm talking about like real date. Like someone takes you out. Like y'all have actual activities to do. I feel like the next person The next man you end up having sex with is someone who's a big fan of taking you out and showing you around on his arm, taking you on dates. That's the man you gonna have sex with. Is a man who's actually gonna take you out and treat you. And I feel like that one in that 3 or 4 years, yeah, that's a long ass time, baby. That's a long ass fucking time. The next person that you deal with, that you going to be willing to give it up to, is going to be a man who's going to take you on a couple dates. Okay, he's going to spoil you, not a couple dates. He's going to take you on dates. He's going to work for it. That's what you basically look for, anyways. You're like, well, I just want someone to dick me down. No, low key, you be wanting the whole courting system, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Someone to take you out and spoil you, want to die you. I think there's gonna be 2 men. Now, not 2 men that you're fucking, but 2 men that you end up talking to. 2 men that you end up talking to. It might be playful initially, and sometimes it might be something where you could actually have these philosophical conversations with them. Like, you can literally, it's not just all about them and all about you. It's like y'all actually talk about real world issues and morals and respect and the things that you find to be attractive within relationships. I see 2 men coming through. 2. Okay, 1, I will tell you about both of them. The first one looks like a water sign, Scorpio, Cancer, or Pisces. This person, strong Pisces. Oh my God, that shit came through like a whiplash. Strong Pisces. Strong Pisces. I think the Pisces is going to be somebody that you meet through. I could pick up on like meeting a person at a bar or like at an outing. You haven't been to a bar in a while, so maybe not a bar, but like even if it's just like a public outing or like you gonna be out in bar. I know you're gonna be out in public speaking to a lot of different peoples. That's what I know. That first one is gonna be someone that doesn't enjoy to blend in with the crowd. Definitely different than what you've experienced. Looks like someone you meet in a public outing though. Public outing could also mean you in a grocery store. Public outing could mean like, work is public. Could also be at work. You know what I mean? Look like public outing type situation to me though. Like where it's gonna be a lot of people that you come across that day. Not necessarily like all dating material, but maybe it's just like normal people you just talking to. And it's a person who kind of just like catches your eye and y'all looking at each other, y'all eyeing each other down like, okay, I see you. I see you. I see it. I see it. Then, the water sign. Man. That motherfucker is obsessive, though. Like I said, he wants to take you out and wine and dine you. Let me see about this other dude. Other dude's a little bit of a player. I would say other dude has a hard time keeping his pants. Some fire sign. Let me see. What sign is that? It said fire or earth sign. Hard time keeping. Fire. Fire, earth. He's got like a lot of Leo-esque qualities, but then also he has like, he has a very calm way of expressing himself and speaking to people. So he has like a very strong Leo quality, I would say. But the way he speaks to you is not like a fire sign. It's just very chill and laid back. And like somebody who maybe smokes a lot, I pick up on smoking weed. I pick up on weed very particularly. Like they don't have a manic bone in their body. Very, very chill and laid back type of guy. Pick up on Leo for sure. I'm gonna say this person, if I was to like say where you would meet them, where would you meet this individual? They said from your bed, so you gonna be on some dating apps, girl. You better get yourself a little account and start putting yourself out there. You trying to put yourself on some dating apps? Do it. I don't got the time for that. The fuck you do? Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. You said the Leo at work. Oh, so maybe I got the two mixed up. Maybe the Pisces is someone you meet online instead. But I pick up this being someone you actually could talk from the safety of your own fucking home. So dating app. I tried plenty of it. Try something new. Try something new. Not no farmers only. But yeah, try out something new, babe. Try something new. Yeah, obviously, you're not going to like the fact that a lot of these men are non-committal or a little bit crazy and they try to hit you up with all these weird-ass pickup lines, right? But, you know, sometimes you find a little something unique. Yeah, well, that's for the young, that's for the boys, you know, like, that's for the young dudes. No, you be, honestly, you be shocked at how many older people lie about their age on that bitch. No, they old. They older. Not wiser, oftentimes. Bumble and meet me. See, Mills comes through. Mills come through. I don't be trusting that. But that's why you personally can go and vet these individuals, Malibu. That's why you personally can be in person with them and see who they are as a person and judge from that standpoint. I think it's hard to trust anyone with your girls who are preteens. It's hard to trust anyone. In fact, I feel like as a mother or a father, you have to be protective of your children. That's the number one thing that's on your mind at all times is your kids. So no matter where you meet them or how you meet them, you're going to be protective. That you know. But just give it a try. Just give it a try. Give it a try. It's a new year, new you. And I hate that cornball shit. I hate when people say it, but it's true. It's the truth. Things have changed for you. Things are continuing to change for you. There's no reason on why you couldn't or shouldn't. I've seen people meet their whole husbands and wives on Tinder, which is wild love stories. But yeah, it is wild because a lot of those apps are just used for fucking. They just used for sex. I actually met my girlfriend through dating here, and we doing real well. So, you know, I was shocked as well. But one day I just got that itch. I got that itch. I was like, I got to do something about this, man. And for once, it wasn't the dick talking. You know what I mean? It was the mind. It was like, come on now. Like, come on now. For real. Actually look. You know? Actually have patience. Actually fucking look for once. It's not gonna hurt you. You know, who through a fucking screen, right? Through your tech, through a fucking text ad, who the fuck is gonna hurt you? Come on now. You said maybe I should focus on getting. If that would make you feel way more comfortable in like showing yourself and like expressing yourself in a like in a good way, like where you feel actually like confident enough to put yourself out there like that, then you should. Then you should. You just should. Yeah, I love me my Virgo. I'll attempt one more. Just one more. Malibu, just one more. And if it all goes south, you can come and blame it on me. No, I'm playing. It's not like that. It's a situation where you can actually vet these people out. And of course people can lie over the internet, but when you meet them in real life, when you go out on a date, you try them out, you take them for a spin in real life, they can't lie to you. They can't. And you can pick up on all their insecurities, all their everything. The moment you meet them. Just one more, Malibu. One more. Try one more. I'm telling you. From the safety of your own home. Once you start hearing the voice of the phone, and then you proceed, you go on a couple dates, you're like, see, I know what type of nigga this is. You're like, God damn, dude. Like, I don't know if I could take another spin on this bitch. I met my man through a mutual friend on Facebook. Literally. Yeah, see, that's the new world, though. That's the new age. Like, we no longer need to write letters and play songs on a boombox outside of someone's front door and shit. We no longer are dating our high school sweethearts. Like, that shit is stupid and it's outdated. It's outdated because it's not real. It's not real. Like, I'm happy for the people that did find love in their high school sweethearts and the people that they grew up with or around in the neighborhood. But if we're realistic, a lot of if you come from a bad neighborhood or come from a bad family, let me not generalize, but let's just say a lot of people in the same neighborhood are going to have a similar situation, bad situation. So a lot of people in that same space going to be the same people that you are trying to get away from. And in my gut, anyway, see that's the same feeling I got. I just had this inkling. I was like, I needed to try it again. For me, it was 2.5 years since I had actually sought something out, because I got scared off of dating app or not scared, just annoyed with it. Like the prospect of these people lying to me, like it just made me feel, ugh. And like they're not. That's the thing. And what I learned real quick is like most of those women is not women. They still living in such a fucked up mindset, a very childish fucked up mindset where they be playing men in a certain type of way that I just did not fuck with and I did not like. You know, and so you make the mistake of playing back, of course. But that's a waste of fucking time. Work on yourself. If you don't find something out, then continue to work on yourself until you do find something. And then keep trying. Try again. Don't give up on it. Try and try again. But back-to-back dating is exhausting. I tried that shit. It's so exhausting. Like you go on a movie day, you go on a dinner day, you go on this, you go do that. You cheat a girl to the world and shit like that. And at the end of the day, she only really want one thing. You know? Or even in y'all situation, he really only want one thing, right? And that one thing could be money, it could be sex, it could be a friend. Yo, bitch, why the fuck are you on an app looking for a fucking friend? And I'm not saying you can't do that. There's other social media platforms for that. But when you're in a dating app, if you're looking for someone to fucking lean on, like, get a fucking therapy. Get better help, bitch. Get fucking better help. Like, that shit's crazy. Get on better help, bitch. I'm sorry. I'm being a little bit crass, but you know what I mean. It's like if you really, really don't go out there and and put yourself out there on a dating app when you looking for therapy. Like you looking for someone to listen to you and want to genuinely like connect with you, and y'all can talk about your traumas, y'all can talk about your issues, but do that at your own. Do that at a slow pace. That shouldn't be the first thing out your shit. God damn, dude. God damn. Matrix rule breaker. He said most all people are not only childish but no spiritual growth. So I didn't even bother anymore. It's understandable why you would feel that at this period of time. Totally understandable. I don't give you any wrong on that. BetterHelp really isn't good. I just said BetterHelp because that was the only app that I could think of. He said, "Tell me which one I should go on, and I'll do that today." I know that Bumble has a lot of the like scammers. Tinder's not too bad. Tinder is a lot about like sucking and fucking though, but I would say you would go on a lot more dates with Tinder. I don't know how it is for y'all women on Bumble though, so it might be a little bit different. Side note, unrelated baby daddy keep calling me from jail and was trying to give other people my phone number. I blocked the phone calls from jail and the other number, it's just the, yeah, like, who the fuck do you think he is? Your controller? Your roller and controller? The fuck no. He's trying to put you in the jail cell with him and shit. He's trying to be like your personal fucking security and shit. Like, back the fuck up. Trying to make me seem like an ATM and I'm not. Yeah, stop talking. Do not talk to that nigga. Hang that shit the fuck up. All them BD issues with y'all, you be dealing with that baby daddies that be, oh my god, like I remember the time where, you know, we was holding hands and skipping down the sidewalk and You know, I got you pregnant. I remember seeing my daughter for the first time, and she was so beautiful. All that. Oh my god, dude, it's all bullshit. Like telling you all about the memories and reminiscing. Like, are we done with reminiscing? Because I'm done with reminiscing. I think to be fair, like, okay, you can reminisce and talk about the past, but like they still stuck in that shit. That's why he's stuck in a fucking jail cell. That's why he's stuck in a fucking jail cell. Is because he's stuck on the fucking past. Like, roll the fucking dice, nigga. Grow a fucking brain or something, dude. Grow some logic. Like, if you would stop making the same mistakes in the past, you wouldn't be behind bars. Damn, dude. Stop, Malibu. You stop talking that. You changed that goddamn number of years too. Don't you play? Don't play with that. I know you not. I know that's not what you're trying to do. I know that. You know, I know you well enough to know that's not what you're trying to do. Get that number changed, love. Like, well, it's a pain in the ass. I gotta change it on my medical shit. I gotta do this. It's worth it because you gotta at least get that thing off your back. You don't have to hear a collect call coming from county or state president. Okay, you know, you wouldn't even have to hear that shit. Like, oh, that nigga don't even know me no more. They in the pen eating, struggling meals and trying to reminisce, like you said. Yeah, they reminiscing because they know once they get out, they need some money. They know first of all, they know in the cell they need some money, and they know out the cell they gonna need some money. They gonna need to crash the couch on, or crash the couch on. Damn. My ADHD kicking in hard. The struggle with ramen. The crash the couch on. That's not what I meant. Okay. The crash the couch on. The couch to crash on. Sorry about that. That's my bad. I'm extremely dyslexic, if anyone didn't know that. I have a tendency to read backwards. And also say things backwards. But it doesn't stop me from reading. I read fast as shit too. Don't play with me now. God damn. Need some money for some snacks to put that. Yeah, they need some fucking money to make a toilet wine and shit. Like, shut the fuck up with that shit, dude. Like, the women that fall for that trap. You know, you could only really do it once, right? But how do they end up with so many fucking jailbirds? The attraction to jailbirds is scary to me. Like, bitch, are you trying to die? Are you trying to die though? Like, are you trying to die? Dealing with a man who's gonna end up right back to where he started. But of course, I know the game. I know that the women usually have another boyfriend on the outside. I know that too. I'm not completely stupid like that. I know they already have like 20 boyfriends and shit. That's how they get the money though, to be funding the books. I know. Listen, I know that. Goddamn. I'm gonna hear that shit my whole goddamn life. You know, I've had the pleasure of having two parents that landed in a prison cell, you know, for totally different reasons. You know, one was invalid and the other like definitely deserves to be behind the fucking cell. But I know that whole game like the back of my fucking hand. Like, y'all be watching Love After Lockup too. Now you gotta know that shit is so crazy. It is so nuts. The fact that someone will fall into that trap of being the money, honey. They love that shit. They want it done on that shit. Like, they want their life to be drama. Back in the day, you can get a real date out of online spots. You can even make real friends if it didn't work out romantically. Now motherfuckers will kill you, rob you, and fuck your corpse. I cannot. Yo, Matrix Rule Breaker, who the fuck are you? You're funny as shit. You're funny as fuck. You right. You know, I'm laughing because you right. I'm laughing because you right. You are absolutely correct, and that is scary out there for women especially. You know, sorry, I'm not talking on behalf of all men because I ain't no fucking spokesperson like that. You know, I can't control what them niggas do. But Jesus, man, Christ Almighty, and then women be doing it too now. They're not even now. You know, I've been friends with some them ladies that trick me like that. So like, I don't know. You remember Liz and Sky? Listen, I don't know no specific names. I'm gonna be real with you, but I've been watching little clips on YouTube of like the most recent season. I'm tempted to buy out all the seasons. I'm tempted. Over here, they're like, so you don't want to accept my drink at the bar? You too good for me? Weirdo type shit. Yeah, because they drunks. They fucking drunks. Like, who would even... Like, you sitting there trying to offer somebody a fucking drink that don't even know your first... Nobody's looking at you. So why the fuck do you think it's okay to get someone a drink? We not even looking over there type shit. That's what I feel like. A lot of the time when guys do that, I feel like the female's like, I wasn't even looking at you. I was looking at the man behind you. Or I was looking at the fucking door to leave. Why are you trying to... Like, ooh. Like, I get it's pretty... Like, people talk about pretty privilege and shit like that. That's truly not a privilege. You know, I have pretty privilege as a man. And I have women trying to... man. God. If we talked about that double standard, with how many women try to grab me in my... Jesus Christ. I know you could have 20 rings on your fucking finger and they'll take any fucking reason to try to wriggle their way up into your jeans and fondle your balls. And grab onto your arms and shit, be putting their titties all over your arms and shit. Man, a lot of times it's them cougars too. Jesus Christ, man. She was a Virgo. Oh my God, dude. Don't get me started on Virgoism. I love my girl. She's a trip. It's everything apparently. Like I said, I understand people's attraction. Right? I totally understand that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I take care of myself. I take pride in the fact that I really do care about the way I present myself to other people. I'm not trying to go out there stinking like shit. You know what I mean? Stinking like shit and looking like shit. To me, I feel like that's disrespectful. Just to myself. But you say you like it. Here's the parts that I do like, right? I like being able to communicate and talk to people. I like that. To me, like when we have an engaging conversation and we can talk like we talking right now, I love that shit. To me, that's what gets me to a place where I feel like, oh my God, like that's cool as fuck. Like we could be in worlds apart. We could be worlds apart and still have a conversation. I like that shit. I don't like people touching me. I don't like anybody touching me. I just got an issue with that. You know what I mean? And it's not like they grown men or anything. I'm not afraid I can heckle them off and whatever. But I just don't like when people touch me, man. Like, keep them germs and that sickness and that illness to your damn self. I have germophobia. Don't touch me. I do. I'm talking genuinely here. I have a bad case of OCD. I don't like when people touch me. I hate that. Just don't fucking touch. Don't put your hands on me. Don't rub it up and down. Don't do that. You know, and I'm not the type to freeze. I'll straight up be like, what the fuck are you doing? Don't touch me. She making fun of my accent. Don't touch me. My sister's a Virgo. She held it down for some dude. I always had a weird vibe around because he was looking at you too. Y'all's women intuition. When you feel like someone's weird, you right. Oftentimes, and this is the non-tainted women's intuition, because some women get so caught up in their trauma that they end up, ignoring that shit. But he said, "Me too." That's why I stay indoors. I see. That's the thing. Like, I am an indoor person. I'm a homebody. I'm a Capricorn / Aquarius through and through. I love people, but I hate people. So I love being to myself by myself. But when I do go out, I think what makes it so socially exhausting, it's not the social part, it's the touching part. Or you know, people be locking eyes with me and shit like that. Here, I'll tell you what I love too. I love the judgment. I love when people judge you based on how you look. Like when people think you fresh from out behind the bars type shit, like looking at you like, or you like a rapper or something, like they be looking at you because you know, oh, you dress different. Oh, you different. There's something about you. There's something about you that's different. There are people like, oh, them dirty black. No, I'm playing. No, that's how really what they be thinking. Some of them white folks be thinking. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm saying I love that type of. I love critical eyes. I like that. I just don't like the touching. That's the one thing I could go out. If I could be in a bubble where people just would not touch me, I would love that. And I could still shout out and walk and talk to people. I love psychology. I love like working with people and talking with people, but I just don't like. Please. Ooh, no. Ooh. He isolated my sister. Yeah, that's what narcissists do. That's what narcissists do. They isolate you. They make you feel like nobody wants you or nobody wants to hear you, that you don't have anybody who loves you. Mills, talk about it. Talk about it. You said, I think it's disrespectful when someone coughs and doesn't cover their mouth. It's disgusting. It's fucking gross. It's fucking repulsive. Another thing I find disrespectful, especially about the ladies that I'm talking about that be all up on me. Why does your breath smell like that? Why do you think with onion smelling breath, it don't matter how pretty you are, how cute you are, you know, you could be the cutest little or the sweetest little fucking, brush your fucking teeth. God damn, dude. Even if you're walking up to me drunk, have a breath mint prepared or something. That shit is disgusting. It make me want to throw up. I'm not even overreacting. That shit literally make me want to throw up. I have to hold that shit in until I get back out in the car. I'm like sitting there breathing out the window like, Christ almighty. I can't even continue to talk to those people because I gotta keep leaning my face back. Like, God. Just cleanliness is respectful. Like you're doing society a service and you're also doing yourself a service by being clean. And I know like a lot of mentally ill people struggle with like cleanliness and stuff like that. But like your caretaker could at least, or like someone that you trust can at least let you know that, or you all dirty and you both dirty and you both got issues with hygiene. I know it's not everyone's fault, dude. You know, so I don't want to blame everybody. But even there's homeless people that are clean as shit. Like I'm not talking. They shower probably once a month, but they at least do a little in the mouth. They do a little. They go to the fucking public showers. They're down at the beach or whatever they got to do, and they go get their shit on. They walk right back out into the scum and the. But come on now. There's no excuse anymore. We can't keep doing that shit. Unless we got to put like a tube of toothpaste and a free toothbrush at every single sink. Like, do we have to do that for you? For you to be clean? If their breath smell like that during the daylight, wonder how it smells when they wake up. Smelling of perfume. Yeah, there's not enough perfume in the fucking world to cover that shit up. Stinking like ass. Poop. Straight shit. That's not, like I said, you know, pretty privilege is a real thing, right? Okay, you gonna get some free things, but you also gonna get things you don't want. You never asked for that shit. In Miami, we call that smelling like bounce that ass. I gotta use that. Smelling like bounce that ass. Smelling like bounce that ass. I can't with that. when I was younger, I wasn't so bad. Now I'm OCD-ish as hell, so I stay inside. I like I said, a lot of it is processing, right? Like once you start processing how dirty people really are, you start hyper focusing on it. Especially if you've got like addictive personality. I do most definitely. If not addictive in a means where you always got to be addicted to drugs. Sometimes it's just a feeling, right? You like feeling safe and secure. You like feeling clean, and so when someone tries to come and jeopardize that, you panic internally. The booty too. That's usually from their gut. Yeah, I know. Oh god, damn, dude. Mm, 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 mm. People just bother me. I like what people watching though, because I feel like it makes me even more like it gets me on my toes. You know what I mean? Gets me on my toes. I find people's conversations very funny too. Sometimes I'll be half listening to other people's conversations. That's because I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this bitch? What the fuck is wrong with this person? The whole world hurt this person. He said, I gotta do the shoulder lean for real. You know when you're, a good, I guess a good identifier for me when someone got OCD, when you're in a largely populated place, which you don't even want to be anyways. You there though. You gotta go shopping and gotta do what you gotta do. Because I like to look at the New York designer shit. I just do. And my guilty pleasure is enjoying like my clothes and the shit that I wear and how I present myself, of course. But when you are in a public place and people bump and rub up against you, do you know how hard I try to avoid that shit? I will walk around. I'll do laps until people leave. That's how I am. That's how I am. I will do a full lap around. If I gotta do that shit 10 times, I will do that shit until people leave and I could retrieve what I need. I would do a full lap. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna look up in there and pretend I'm looking at something else. You bet your ass I am not reaching or getting near you. Especially with the way people be looking with the hungry eyes. Some creepy ass dude or some creepy ass female. No. The hungry eyes. I hated a guy with bad breath. I couldn't find the balls to tell him it really ruined everything. Like, are we talking bad morning breath or was his breath stinking like shit all the time? Listen, you got a heart on you then. You forgave him for that. Oh, maybe you still haven't forgiven him. But I'm saying you definitely forgave him in that moment. It's a tight ass space too in stores. Yeah, and a lot of the, like, if you're looking at streetwear especially, the stores are like this. And if 99% of them are not going to be populated, by the way. But if you in like Victoria's Secret, for example, for your lady, for your girl, like people be clambered up in there, sweating, trying on shit, scratching their nuts, scratching their coochie, sniffing their shit, picking their ears, coughing all over the clothes, sweating, rubbing down the fucking panties in the bras. It's like, god damn, dude, like you gotta wash all your shit when you come home, y'all. Wash all of the clothes that you about to be buying. Don't trust it. But it was all the time like some gut problem. I could, okay, yeah, well, I can get with that. But like I said, I ain't dealing with no stanky breath ass person like that. You can tell a lot by someone's teeth too. I tried thinking of ways to tell. Maybe you should have just dosed him with some fucking breath mints or something. Like you ever make him a meal and think maybe I could sneak some toothpaste. I'm playing. No, gut problems are real. I got gut issues as well. Listerine. Oh my god. You know another trigger for me? People who don't brush their teeth but they think swishing with Listerine or with mouthwash is going to do them really good. But their shit look like... Their shit yellow. Yellow. Like SpongeBob yellow. Square teeth. Hi, Kira. Yeah, dose him with some fucking breath, man. I don't know how to solve those gut issues. I take medicine for it now. That's store bought. But I've never had. I've actually never ever had someone tell me I've had gross breath, and I just, you know, what the fuck is that? I was just a kid. I've never had someone tell me that ever. Never in my lifetime. Never in my lifetime. I'd be so embarrassed. I get, you know, the intrusive thoughts start making you think like, oh my God, like, I can't be going out here. Like, I almost forgot to brush my teeth. Like, I gotta go back inside and do that shit. I am not about to go out there and put people on that shit. Can you imagine a stranger walking up to you like, you need to brush your teeth? Oh my God. I'd sit there right in the face. I would not defend that shit either. I'd be like, you right. You right. Like, my shit be smelling like garlic. A dude's teeth can really be, that's a deal breaker for me as well. If you don't have nice teeth, I ain't fucking with you. I can't fuck with someone who don't have a nice smile. Even if you got snaggle tooth, brush that shit. Brush that tooth. Brush all the teeth. Brush the set of 46, you know what I mean? Like, brush all of them. Yeah, I am, Kira. I just, you know, we've been just talking, but most definitely I can. Did you have a particular question? Oh, not green teeth. You said Shrek teeth? Green teeth. Shark teeth? The face of that, I can't help that I'm expressive, okay? Did you have a specific question, Kira? Because I can do a couple more, probably about 2 or 3 more before I get off and work out. Curly about to take off on a plane. You working? Hey, Sin. Sin, I hope you're doing all right. I hope everything's going good. It seems like it is. Say, if you about to go off on a plane and shit, I know you be looking cute and shit. Get it, Sin. Get it, Sin. I understand getting dental work is really is. It's impossibly expensive. It's not fair to the people who don't have health care. But I also just feel like when you have something, keep it for as long as you possibly can. When all your teeth are gone, and it's not like an uncontrollable situation to where, like, you know, you're an addict or, you know, you're like your teeth are just falling out of your mouth because of genetics. It's totally different when you just can't appreciate something you have. You know what I mean? Oh, as well, I got a man, an apartment. Shit, get it, girl. Sin, I'm so proud of you. Keep it up, and we'll cross paths eventually here. We'll cross paths eventually here. I'm proud of you. A long time come around. See, I knew you would do good, and it hasn't even been that long. Straight up. Kira. Okay. Kira, what do you feel like you're running out of time for? I feel like you're running out of time for something. Let me turn my music back on, just to tune back in. I'm gonna be talking about yellow teeth and shit. Regroup. Ooh, you've been in a grumpy mood lately, huh? Or not even grumpy, just I think you're contemplating a lot of things, Kira. You've been not in. I wouldn't even say in a dark place necessarily. It's just you've been thinking about a lot of different things and like how thus far you've been treated. I feel like by those who claim or say that they care for you and love you. You know, you just wonder what they get out of treating you the way that they treat you. Like, what do you get out of treating me like I am an idiot or like I'm a piece of shit? What do you get from ignoring me or making me or being petty and making me feel bad? What do you get from that? What do you get from that? You know, whose time do you think you're working on? Type shit. King of Cups in the upright. Yeah. I can see you get like very small amounts of happiness from being near the people that like they actually talk like you enjoy your friends. That's what I say. But they friends, not lovers. Can I be honest with you? Like they friends. It's not that same type of romance that you're looking for or the same type of like love that you're looking for. Like your friends are great, you know, for being friends. They're great for hanging out or just chilling out. Like that's what a friend is for, right? There's boundaries there. And I feel like you've crossed a lot of boundaries as of like with friends or certain people. They're great as friends. Okay? That's where I would keep it. I know sometimes it's hard. You struggle with that concept because it's not like you've had anyone to really show you the difference. You've never had like a strong enough commitment to where you could say like it surpassed that feeling of like, you know, this is my person. And even if you've maybe said that to yourself, you didn't fully believe it. Because at the end of the day, you still didn't feel like people were fully meeting your quota or meeting your needs. Okay? You didn't feel like people were meeting your needs. And you still don't feel that way. And that hurt. It truly does hurt you. Like, you never found a person where you feel at home with. And that's fucked up. That's fucked up. But you deserve that. You deserve that. You do. I know it's hard to believe for right now because of the situations that have been dealt to you, but you deserve that. You do. I see a lot of the depression points. Excuse me. I see a lot of the depression points for you. I do feel like there's also a situation in your life where you have to pick a side, or you almost like you feel inclined to like pick between two people or pick between two issues or pick between two jobs. Like I just pick up on so many choices for you, and it's very overwhelming and very anxiety inducing, extremely anxiety inducing, because like you don't have up here like your mental and your mind all made up about like what you really want. And it continuously breaks you down. I do also feel like you're somebody, if you haven't like sought out help yet, like therapy and stuff like that, I do feel like that's something that you might have already done. If not, then I do see you doing that in the near future. Like you don't want to have to keep picking sides and picking between people. That's so fucking exhausting. The stress of that is immense right now. It's putting you in a hole, in a very dark place. You almost feel like it's a ticking time bomb before, like, both people leave. Or both situations end up in ruin. Two of coins. Eight of cups. Yeah. Walk away. Okay. So, Kira, I do feel like someone's going to walk away. Someone has to walk away. You have to walk away. Is the primary. That's what I'm saying. You can't enable something that you know is just gonna, the inevitable is just happening, right? You can't keep enabling the behavior or picking and choosing a side. You stay neutral because you know that's what's best for you. You try to stay out of certain things, but it's like, of course you're gonna be protective over your son as well. That's something I pick up on heavy from you. You don't want to have to pick up and leave or change your complete lifestyle, but I feel like you have to. Like that's been called into question a lot lately. You're gonna have to choose yourself. You will. You have to choose you. Because none of them are choosing you. Neither of them are choosing you. You love your son, like I said. There's always going to be unconditional love there, but no one's choosing. No one's hearing you. No one's choosing you, and so you have to remove a person from the situation in order to heal. Yeah, at that I do feel like it'll be temporary for now, but like I think there has to be a separation with you and your partner, and that's something that you're gonna take at your own pace. I'm not saying to do that overnight or not right the fuck now, but like you're gonna have to accept that in your mind, because things are not gonna change until you change something. And it's strange because these two powerful people in your life, your son and your partner, you know, clashing and being at odds. It's strange to say that you are the only one with the power in this situation, but you are. You are. I won't lie to you. You are. It's difficult because I think you know that as well. It's not a deep down thing. I think you already knew that. I think you already knew that. You're gonna have to now. You're gonna have to step up. And that's the thing. Your whole entire life you've been treated like this, treated like you're an idiot, or treated like, you know, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or treated like your emotions are null, like they're nothing, or like you're too emotional. But you're not. You're not. You make a lot of strong decisions. It's just in the background of the people like yelling back and forth. Of course they would never be able to hear you. Of course someone like that with that type of personality would never be able to hear you. And of course you wouldn't want someone like that influencing your son or being around your son. That would make sense, right? Like, well, I don't want to give up on this love, but you love yourself more. You love your son more. He's a part of you in every single type of way. You love yourself more, too. Don't let this break you. Be the you're like, oh my God, this is gonna be the one thing that breaks me. Like it's tearing me apart. No, it's not. No, it's not. You will recover and you will heal. That's a no-brainer to me because of how much you've already been through. You will heal continuously. You will continue to heal. You will continue to get better. You will continue to recover the relationship with your son. You will continue. That's what I know. There's always a continuation for you. I pick up like heavy Scorpio energy with you, and I don't know if that's like one of your top placements. What's your sign, love? What's your sign? But wherever, like I said, wherever Scorpio is placed in your chart, it's heavy. It's heavy. What's your sign? At the end of the day, you're gonna have to choose you. Aquarius is here too on top, but you're an Aries. Okay, now I see why this is such a heartbreaking moment for you too. I see why this is so like terrible for you, because all an Aries wants is stability. At the end of the day, is a stable home and work life, and the perfect environment, and the perfect this and the perfect that. Like, the people don't have to be perfect, but they have, you know, communication is key within Aries. You have to be, you know, blunt and honest. You have to be kind. You have to be able to, like, be patient within Aries as well. You know? They don't always fully understand the first time around, but now I think you're getting it. You're getting it. Especially when it comes to your son. You're getting it. Okay? So I want you to reflect, most of all, and make it, like I said, I know the outcome. I see the outcome of you separating from your partner. I see that outcome. But I want you to be able to sit on that and reflect on it and accept it through your own time. Because that's what you're going to need to do. Okay? That's what's going to need to happen before it escalates anymore. Before you really can't handle it. This is not your... And I hate that you take a lot of the blame, because it's not your fault. I don't feel like this situation is fully your fault at all. I don't feel that. So use your voice, sweetie. I think it's gonna be difficult, right? But use your voice. The one that people tell you to shut up or don't talk to me right now, or they walk away from you as you're talking. Really use your voice. Put your fucking foot down. And don't allow them to leave until they hear you out. Because that shit irks me. It irks me that they would disrespect you in that way. You know, walk away from you when you're speaking and you're talking. Like when you trying to obviously be the middleman, but here I don't think you can be. You can't be. There's gonna need to be a lot of healing that happens between all of y'all, and especially when it comes to I like I said, I speak on therapy because it is a very real thing, and it is something that I think everyone should have. Someone to hear you, someone to help you heal, not do the work for you, right? But someone to just listen to you, for once, without peeping a fucking word or saying a motherfucking thing, so you can hear yourself. And I don't think your partner respects you in that way. And I think your son is learning that your partner doesn't respect you in that way. And I think your son is mimicking behaviors. If not mimicking, then fighting the behaviors, but also at the same time doing the same thing that he hates the most about your partner. It's exhausting. It's stressful. But it's going to need to happen one way or another. You're going to need to be heard. Yeah. You definitely deserve to be heard and seen. He's so special and a beautiful kind. And that's the thing. And no, that's the clash, right? You know, that's the clash. It's like when you have oil and water, it just can't fucking mix. And you're sitting there like, why do I have to... First of all, you're a parent job. First of all, you're already a parent, right? You already have to teach a man how to be a man. But then you have to teach a grown man, your partner, a grown man, how to be a man. That's not fair. You already have your responsibilities set on your child. And that's where it lays. That's what your situation is. Your child is your everything. But a grown man who can't seem to find the respect for you, can't seem to find the respect for your child, who can't man the fuck up and communicate, that's just not the man for you or your kid. Doesn't matter the age or anything like that, like with your son. Because at the end of the day, he's going to see the disrespect, so he's going to mimic the disrespect. Because, you know, self-worth is a crazy fucking thing, right? It's like self-worth, when we can't find the words for ourselves, or we can't find the emotions for ourselves, and we're always emoting about everyone else and stressing over everybody else's situation, you end up getting pulled into it just by proxy, just by you being there and caring about two people. You get pulled in by proxy. They pick at you and they will break you down. And your partner is the trigger to this. Your man is the trigger to this. And you know that's the truth. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult. Love is a really insanely difficult thing. But you love you and you love your son more. And you're not going to beg for someone anymore to treat you right or treat your son correctly. You're not going to beg for that. That's not something you should have to beg for. That's something that's a given. When you're going into a relationship or a partnership with someone who has a child, you give that child the same fucking respect you give your partner. And if you don't respect your partner or the child, you have to be on that shit. On it. Family dynamics seem familiar, even if, yeah, oh, most definitely they are. I think that rang true for a majority of us sitting here right now. You deserve to be happy, Kira. Your son deserves to be happy. Hopefully you heard that, Kira. Hopefully you heard that. I know. Actually, I know you heard that. I know you heard that. And I'm not gonna be fake with it and tell you, oh, everything's gonna get better and shit like that. That shit's fake, you know. When something has ran its course, it's ran its course. When, like I said, you get oil and water in a fucking room, it just don't mix. And you can't force it to mix. You can't make it mix. Can't force respect when when you've already been disrespected by someone so badly. You can't force them to respect you then. I love when he is happy. Sorry to bring that. No. Don't apologize. Do not apologize for something that, like I said, at the end of the day, you're having trouble controlling. You know, you're struggling. So obviously you need, guidance, and I'm here for that. I'm not here for anything but y'all, but you. So don't apologize. You don't have to. I took on the reading knowing that it was gonna be what it was. I wouldn't keep running my mouth if I was mad about the mood or the situation. Can I also get a reading after I brush my teeth? Oh. What's your specific question? Ask me a specific question. I really got up to bro. See, I made you all insecure. Like, fuck. Oh, shit. Like, goddamn it. He called me the fuck out. Or no, not even that. You're like, goddamn. Now I feel dirty. Ask me a specific question, Owl, and then I'll hop. And I'll hop off. Because I got to get me a shower and I got to start a workout. You start feeling shit in your teeth that wasn't even there. You're like, shit. You got an insane stalker for a long time. Is it done? I can already tell this person's a menace to fucking society. Jesus. I do feel like this person will be coming back in some form or fashion. Unfortunately. But in fact, I feel like you're going to be even too busy to realize it or even notice that they try to come back in some type of way. I feel like, if anything, you're not going to realize the call even came through or the message even came through for the longest time. Because you focused on what's going on in your life. I see vacation coming up for you too. Vacation time or some type of travel coming up for you. But the stalker situation is the amount of insecurity and the amount of psychotic tendencies or mental illness that you have to hold in order to stalk somebody is crazy. And that's where I feel like he's hit. He's hit like the gold mine of insanity. Redditor behavior. He's like one of those men who say like he's a sigma male type shit or he's an alpha male. It's so creepy and weird. It's weird shit. Like, you shouldn't have to state that. You shouldn't have to state that you're a good, intelligent, strong, masculine man. You know, you just are. That's just who you are, and you do show that through action. And this is definitely not a strong thing to do. Stalking is, that shit is weird as shit, man. But I do see travel coming up for you. I see you being able to eat a lot of good food on whatever this journey is and whatever this trip is. A lot of good food. And a lot of decent meals. Might get your tummy in a twist though, so be careful. Be careful. But stay excited, stay excited for the future. Now, with the stalking shit, all you could really do is continue on with what you do. What you know best. Ignore the motherfucker. It's not going to inflame him any more, any less. If you respond to it, it's not your fault. Yeah, I know it's not your fault and everything like that, and you can't control the fact that he's doing it. But just don't respond. Ignore it. Keep dodging him. Keep dipping. It's a game to him. He's wanting a response, even if it's a bad one. Even if it's you cursing him the fuck out. He wants that. Don't give him what he wants. Don't even say shit. He'll lose interest eventually. I went no contact. Good on you. Good on you. That's for the best. That is definitely for the best. It's just creepy. Yeah, it really, really creepy behavior. Like, why are you afraid of me? Type behavior. Why are you afraid of me? Even though I'm stalking your every account and trying to watch your every move and trying to figure out how to, you know, like peeping Tom type energy. Like, trying to figure out how I can enter your home and do this and do that. No, like I said, he will get bored. He will leave and move on to another individual. You just don't engage with it. It's good that you ghosted and then try to stay friends with it or anything like that. Just keep it where it's at. There's a positive outlook in which you get to travel, and I do see you actually meeting somebody. I see you meeting a couple different people, or just people you might have an eye on. You know, I see some romantic type situations. Very possible. I feel like you have a person with you though on this trip where they're going to be super protective of you. Is it a parent? Is it a parent? He probably looked it up on one of those like catfishing sites. You know how when you look up somebody's phone number that you can see like their address and shit, or the address that it's connected to? Get a yeah, if you don't already have something to defend yourself, taser, brass knuckles, whatever the fuck you gotta do. Your bestie? Okay. I feel like your bestie's like your parent. You might be the wild one in this situation. You might be a little bit more of the wild one. I feel some things about your bestie. Am I allowed to speak on the bestie, or is the bestie off limits? Am I allowed to speak on the bestie? Am I allowed to speak on the bestie? Lord, one day of summer school, jeez. Okay. Y'all have a sibling relationship, and I love that. I love that type of closeness that you can find with somebody who's not blood related. But here's my thing. Your bestie, the reason why she's so protective isn't that sisterly thing. Have you rejected advances from her before? If you're looking for a man or a woman, whatever suits your needs, I will look for that person and don't judge it based on anyone else's opinion but yours. I know you think your bestie has your best interest at heart, which often she do. And often she do. We ain't even, often she does have your best interest. But when it comes to finding a partner, I will let you know, do not trust her. She is looking to sabotage that shit from the sidelines. She's looking to shoot everyone down. She's protective over you, but she have a little bit more than just friendly feelings. And you know I don't lie about that type of shit. I know it doesn't matter. You could say you never been like that. It don't change someone's feelings though, internal feelings. Even if she never talk on it. I think because you already know, Owl. You already know what I'm talking about. Don't you try to evade it now. You're like, well, no. You're like, no, she don't feel that way. No, she not like that with me. Like, she never creep on me or do this. But you know what I'm talking about, man. When someone gets protective over someone this way, they start thinking by proxy they're like your partner. By proxy, they're your partner. Like, by proxy, they're out there being protective over you and getting jealous and doing this. Owl. Boundaries. When she starts trying to make decisions for you on your partners or on your partnerships or her opinions on it, do not trust her. As far as you can fucking throw her. She's your bestie and you love her and keep it at that. But take it very lightly what she thinks about the people that you try to choose for partners, because she got a crush. She got a little bit more than a crush with you. And I don't be lying about these things. When somebody be maybe, double dipping. She looks for you. She looks for the emotional qualities that her partner does not have within you. I almost have the juice. Yeah, the fucking crazy juice and shit. Yeah, okay, she got it. As long as you listening to me on that. Because, like I said, she has your best interest at heart in every other way. The relationship part, you will be single for the rest of your life if you listen to her words. And what she thinks she knows about marriage and commitment and love. Anyone new coming in? Absolutely. I see some men coming in. Bottom line, I think a lot of these men love your very dominant, goofy quality. You very goofy. They like that. They like how kind that you are. You're easy looking on the eyes. I feel like a lot of men are going to be looking for a mama in you, and you're going to need to make sure that you stay away from that type. I see a Cancer coming in. New one. This is new. So don't worry about any of the old shit. I see Cancer. I see a Cancer. Want to get a little bit of that owl. A little piece of that owl. It look like sex friends, though. Or sexting. It could be something to do with sexting. And I see you, like, delete the photo. You're like, oh, I'll show you a little something to delete the photos. Slide. It'll be okay, Owl. I don't think you're gonna find like your forever partner on this journey or on this trip. But like I said, within the next couple of months, I see you finding a Cancer very particularly. They highlight the Cancer being someone who's very, very like almost fitted for you in the physical way. Like they do everything physically that you want them to do, and you like that. But the emotional way, I always say, is a little. Once someone starts trauma dumping on you the way that this person trauma dumps, you already know that it's nothing but friends with a benefit, a little benefit, a little something. A lot of men get butthurt at you. I don't know what you do for men to feel butthurt by your choices, but maybe you're just strong in your opinions, and like when you put your foot down, you mean it, and you're willing to walk away if that means that you'll get your point across. I'm celibate for now. Okay, but a couple pictures or two, a little bit of fun. I see you. Which ain't easy. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, now we're coming out with the truths. Tell two truths and one lie. The truth is you're celibate. Okay. One of the truths. I love me my boundaries. Keep them. That's what keeps you safe. That's what keeps you safe, Owl. And that's definitely what keeps you away from those stalker types. Mills, as long as you have a very specific question. What do you mean how you are as a person? And then I'm a hop. My love language is touch. See, I get you on that. I understand that. When your love language is touch, you'll have to be extra protective over the people who do touch you. I understand it. Because once you choose someone, it's like you're choosing someone because you trust them not only emotionally, but physically and passionately, you know. Someone who knows your body, someone who knows your mind, somebody knows, you know, how to do certain things, and all that, and all this. And then some. I understand that totally. I'm that type. I'm the same type. Mills, what is it like? Ask me a specific question, because I actually could do that, you know, with the vibe that I'm in right now. It means so much to me, and every time it's not done right, I feel like, man, what a waste of my fucking time and energy. I feel that too. I'm that way too, and I'm very stubborn on that shit. So when I found my partner, I was like, I was fucking elated. I was so shocked. I was surprised. Of course, I was happy with the sexual bits, but like the emotional bits are what mean the most to me. The communication means the most to me, and I just can't. You know, sex is gonna be sex. I pair that in a different quality than what I pair love to. Because love to me is when y'all can have sex and talk about it. Or communicate about it. Y'all can communicate about y'all's physical experience together. Y'all can communicate just about anything. And it's free and open like that. You don't have to worry about anyone making judgments or be like, oh, like, you too lazy in a bedroom or whatever. You know, I certainly am not. So... it just makes you want to be around that person even more. You get physically attached, of course. So sex is a scary fucking thing. Once you bring sex into the motive of a relationship, you're already tied to each other. You're already there with each other, and you might not even know that person fully enough, and that's scary as fuck. That is scary. And then all that shit starts coming out after you already entrusted your body to someone that you don't fucking know. You don't know them like that. You could have known them for 2 years, 10 years, 50 years, and you didn't know them like that. Not in a relationship, you didn't know them. Forget about it. Don't worry about it. He'll lose interest. I'm trying to see what to ask now. Okay, I'm waiting. All the other relationships sound foreign to me, but my love language is helping people. Excuse me. Matrix. That love language can also hurt you, and you already know. I already know you know that. But when you start taking in the homeless, and you start taking in the couch surfers, and that sort of type of man, a person who needs you, it's dangerous. But if you're talking about helping people in general, that's beautiful of you. But if you're talking about in a relationship, you need to not take that shit into a relationship world. Because that is unrealistic as fuck, where they're going to completely rely on you for any sense of stability at all. That's dangerous grounds. That's a person who can hurt you real fucking bad and betray your trust in every single type of way. And I already know you already know that. You already know that. Life is too short to be afraid of creepy boys. Or creepy girls. Oh my god. I mean, I think that those of you that have been around for a long time, you probably do remember a couple of my stalker situations where I had 2 or 3 women who kept the party jumping. Let's just put it that way. Coming in with like 40 different accounts or just had that shit ready. Oh my God. When you have a thing for crazies, when you want to help somebody, that's that same shit. See, this is all leveling back. When you want to help somebody, my love language used to be the same damn thing. Save somebody. Because you couldn't save yourself, so save somebody else. Oh, God damn. That's where the craziest motherfuckers start playing through. Jesus. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm scared about being intimate with somebody and getting to the really. I don't want to get too. Yeah, but then like if you, once I realized this, right? I love getting to the I love that shit. I love that shit. I winded down that shit for the longest fucking time because I thought I was like, at least even if the relationship don't feel good or the emotions aren't there, like they aren't there with it, like we can be friends with a little benefit. But what then soon after I started recognizing that like that even in itself is crossing my own morals and my own grounds. Like that's crossing. Like I am making a fool out of myself for believing and trusting that, this person ain't a player or messing around with other people or just they ain't weird like that. You know what I mean? I started realizing that I should be afraid to give that away to somebody. Because that's the whole issue is like you trust in somebody with a part of yourself that like, should be a rarity. You should save that for the person that you actually care about. So stalker, I thought he was depressed and needed picking up. Yeah, you can't save him. I've refined myself a lot. I only help what I am led to. I don't let people take advantage of me anymore. That's good. Heart issues. Yeah, if you get too worked up, something might go down. But I feel like if you find the right partner who's willing to wait on you in that way, that's gonna be no big deal. It's not gonna be a big deal. It might take some time. You don't want to give yourself away in a call. Remember when you said I was guarded up? It's exhausting. Yeah, I totally understand it. You can be guarded in a physical way, but in the vulnerability position, like where you're actually being vulnerable and being real with somebody for a second, that is what's needed and necessary. And you can't be afraid of rejection in that front because the person that's going to reject you is just not going to be for you. Anyone could accept the physical. They could look at you and call you a dime piece and that you beautiful, you sexy, got a nice mouth on you, beautiful voice. They can compliment anything physical for you. But it means more when they actually hearing you speak, hearing you talk, not just watching your mouth move. Both mouths, right? Have you come up with that question yet, Mills? And she drawing my time out. She drawing my time out. She drawing my time out. She said, "What? What? I never asked. I never said nothing. What question?" He said, "I'm gonna eat on my vacation till my 20. Tummy swell up. Yeah, you gonna get some good food. You gonna get some delicious ass food." Oh shit, I got this stuck in here. God damn it. You gonna get some good food, love. It's how one-sided things become, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. And that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But you need to get to a stage with yourself where you can be comfortable with talking. Like talking about yourself. Not talking about yourself in past tense or, you know, the logic behind why you are the way that you are, which is that's so hard. It's so hard not to do. Because you want to ignore the feelings behind it, but you also got to learn how to talk about yourself in the current. You know. What are they wanting you to know? I can do that. I can do that. You said I'm getting chubby. Hey, good food is good food. You can always lose the weight, but come on now. If you're going on a vacation and you actually traveling, like going somewhere where you don't always go, come on now. Eat a little, spoil yourself. Eat a little bit. It's not going to change your chances any. What are they wanting you to know? You're healing from emotional abuse. You're healing from emotional abuse. You're healing from the abuse of your past. You are healing. It might take a couple seasons, but you're healing. You're healing. You are. I say it might take a couple seasons. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like even then, I feel like this season is going to be a lot of healing for you. So I say a couple seasons, but I feel like this season in particular, like Gemini season, is going to be very healing for you. Like, it's just your time. Does that make sense? It's your time to shine. It's your time to flourish. It's your time. You know? You're not sick. That's what I pick up on. You're not sick. You just need time. You're not mentally gone. You're not broken. You're not fucked up. You're not damaged goods. You just need time. That's it. Yeah. And you also have to learn not to beg for people to treat you correctly. It's either there or it isn't. You don't have to beg for anyone to, like, you know, like, well, I wish you would pay attention to me more. I wish you would communicate with me more. I wish you would do this. I wish you would do that. There's only so many times we can say those things, right? You might even wait. You might even wait longer than most people do for shit to iron out in your relationships. When in reality, you should just, you know, get it over with. Get the harder part over with. You also don't have to explain why you know, you have, to an extent you have to communicate why you're unhappy, but if you have to explain it again and again and again, back to back what the issues are, and you're not being heard, fuck it. What's wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you. Nothing is wrong with you. I've determined that most people are fucking nuts for me. Being married to myself and my work just works out better for me. And that's totally okay. That's totally okay. Like, I don't like the idea of people trying to push the idea that you are going to be sad and lonely and, you know, old at one point. Because it's just not. If you are that person who's willing to help and heal and make friends, make allies, and be kind to others, you will never be lonely. You will never be alone. People will always remember you for what you have done and what you continue to do. You don't need a man to show you that. You don't need a man to show you that. And by the way, Mills, that doubles, that not only does it double for you, like learning how to communicate with the man, but also with people in general, with your relationships, with your family, with your friends. When you keep telling them the same shit, you know, you learn to make the boundary and cut it off. Slice that shit up. Slice that shit up. Don't concentrate on something that the person themselves it refuses to work on or refuses to do for you. Not even for you, for themselves. It's like all about them, right? All the time. When is it going to be all about us or all about you? You know, when is that gonna happen? Thank you so much, Matrix and Owl, both of y'all. I appreciate you guys. Thank you both. Y'all dolls. I appreciate it. You say you don't want to do this right now at all. How about never? How about never having to do that again? That's the part. How about never having to do that again? Never settling for that shit again. And standing on that shit 10 toes. How about never having to do it again? Don't even talk about past tense language. That shit don't matter no more. How about now? It's never. Now or never type of energy. All right. Yeah, I gotta get the fuck up. I can feel my ass starting to hurt. I can feel like I said, I need that workout. I need that workout. I need that show. I need a show. And I think I'm gonna do another reading later today. Did that Cash App ever come through? Because it was buffering on my end. Of course, I didn't need a Cash App to read for you, Malibu. But it did, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate any type of support I can get. It just furthers the channel, puts in the advertisement so we can get across to more and more people, which has been happening lately. This is cool. I fuck with it. I come back and there's an all new vibe going on. All new vibe. And I think that comes with me too. This new outlook with me. But I appreciate y'all. And thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking with me for so long. If you obviously, if y'all want to see more of this, then like that shit up. Turn on the notification. Join the Discord chat. Hold up. Before I go, if you haven't already, join the Discord chat, because pretty soon we're gonna be doing live readings with voice, where y'all gonna be popping up in here and speaking with me, literally speaking with your voice. If you open to that, where should I put my next tattoo? Your hip. Put it on your hip. There's something like seductive, yet like it's suggestive, but also like that's personal and it's just for you. Does that make sense? So it's like seductive, it's sexy, but then it's like it's just for you to look at. It's for you to look at. It's for you. You're doing it for you. Literally with your voice. And, you know, if you want to be all up on a video, you can be. But you don't have to be, because obviously it's going to be a public room. So anyone can come in. Anyone can come and see you. So if you don't want that, then that's totally fine too. You can also stay in the chat if you not want to do all that, you know. Let me copy this up. Let me do a little bit of this. And a little bit of that. Copy that. Alright, let me post this in the chat for y'all real quick. Oh, that's not it at all. Why the fuck is it doing that? I thought I copied the right note. Okay. What do you think you're doing? Well, let's go here. Let's try this again. Create an invite. Do this. Let me just create the temporary one and post it in my damn shit. What's the difference between Discord and Twitch? So Twitch is kind of like, I guess you could say in layman's terms, like YouTube. It's similar to YouTube, where it's a streaming platform, so you can have anyone really come in and talk and respond to you. If you're someone who engages with like a chat room, that's great. But usually 99% of people on Twitch are gaming. They're gaming, or they're just having like fun interactions with their audience and like kind of making a show for people. So it's more like entertainment. Of course, this is entertainment. YouTube is entertainment, but we're doing some real healing out here too. Sometimes fun is healing, And we might have a little bit more fun in the Discord where we just chatting it up and shit like that. But I also want to keep it on track to the point to where we stay within the topic of healing. You know, once we get off topic, reel back around and let's keep it going. I see readers taking it to Twitch, which is not. I saw very little readers on Twitch about a year ago, but now there is an influx, and I wonder if it's just because they want like a maybe it's like younger crowd type situation, or they're trying to make it a popular thing on there, because I'm sure there is some money on Twitch, but I'm not necessarily sure what that entails. Becoming like Twitch partners and stuff like that. Like I could have taken it over there. I thought about it actually, just doing streaming on both Twitch and YouTube and TikTok, but TikTok is a pain in the fucking ass because they random people report your content and get you banned. And then Twitch is, I heard, a little bit more stricter on language and stuff like that. Yeah, I have to do past life and dream. Let me do that now. Let me do that now before I forget. I'm going to just do that right now as we on stream. Do that. There we go. Making that right now. And it's there. And it is there. So join up, anyone who wants to join up. I don't go near TikTok, too old for that shit. You'd be shocked how many, well, actually you wouldn't be shocked. You probably seen the old ass motherfuckers on there. I'm gonna log on, see past people like Mother Angel, guy that I blocked, and so on and so forth. Yeah. We ain't playing with it with all that. You already know that situation, Malibu. You already know that situation. And I'll keep blocking people and I'll keep banning people as many times as it takes for people to get the message that we don't fuck around up in this place. So we don't fuck around with that. But I appreciate y'all. Of course, thank you so much for all the donations and the good conversation. I had a lot of fun doing this, and I want to keep doing it. And like pretty much, I want to say by the next live stream, we're gonna have Discord all set up. So we're gonna be back to back going in between Discord and live, and Discord and live, and Discord and live, YouTube live. And I'm gonna be reading the chat and then also talking to some folks through Discord. If you open to it, that's great. If you're not, that's okay too. You don't have to be up in there. It's just like, you know, we get that energy exchange going regardless through text as well. But like to put a energy to the face and to the voice and to be able to hear someone's experience, I think that brings more of that like real feel vibe that we're going for. More like it's raw, it's real. It just is. So I appreciate y'all. And happy late B-Day to whoever. Yeah, happy late B-Day. This was a lot of fun. Thank y'all. We seen a lot of new faces. We seen a lot of old faces. I love it. All right, y'all. I'll see you in the next one.